degrees. It was in the low 90s in Kansas City today, and at one point as it was raining it was down into the upper 60s. So it's turned out to be a very comfortable night at Kauffman Stadium. We'll have about a 15 or 25-minute rain delay getting ready for the Royals to take the field. Minnesota took game 1 last night 8-5, scoring 5 of those runs in the final 2 innings. So we'll see if Danny Duffy can build on his last start Thursday at Texas. He was good and he was efficient. And Danny this year has had some trouble with walks. He only walked 2 in 7 2/3 innings against the Rangers. And he's been throwing a lot of pitches, Hud. Almost 3 more pitches, well, more than 3 more pitches per inning compared to last year.
And that adds up when they're really pitch count heavy nowadays. So look, whatever they're doing in the dugout right there, that's their pregame ritual, whatever that is. Look at Molly, they got the Hall of Famer in there, the skipper working the same thing. You gotta like that. Anyway, though, Duffy, he can beat the Twins. He's done it before. He's got good track record against these guys. He'll take that to the bump right now when he toes that slab.
Here's the Minnesota batting order and some changes. Miguel Sano will play at first. Eduardo Escobar will be at third. Adrianza will be the shortstop, and Ryan Lamar will be in center field. So no Logan Morrison and no Byron Buxton in there against Danny Duffy tonight. So now Danny is 2-6. His ERA is over 6, but it went down about 70 points after that win against the Rangers.
Yeah, and he's on the way down as far as those numbers go. Here they are again. Disregard the numbers, folks, because the new Duffy's back as long as he can establish the heater. The fastball, like you see it up around the 63 percentile, 70%, 65, somewhere up in there. Establish the heater. It's a good one. If he pitches anything like he did his last start against the Twins, they're in trouble. He was commanding it on both sides, all 4 quadrants of the strike zone, staying out of the middle. Breaking ball changeup. Now he's going to be able to mix those pitches in. He has to survive like every other pitcher. But use that heater. Have confidence in it. Establish it early. Forward around the horn. Royals defense. Soler in right field. John Jay. Wow, is he fun to watch defend, man. He can go get him. So does Alex Gordon. He's out in left field. Moustakas, Escobar, Merrifield at second base. Dozier, Hunter Dozier, that's right. He's at first base. Drew Butera, he's getting the start tonight because he can rake off of Gibson. 6 for 9 in his career with a homer.
Our crew chief Tom Hallion will be at third base tonight. Adam Hammery is behind the plate with Brian Knight at first and Dan Bellino at second. A little bit outside to Brian Dozier, who ended up with 3 hits last night, all singles. He drove in 1 and he scored twice. Took a little peek over his left shoulder to see where Mike Moustakas was, and Duffy misses outside. 2-0.
Well, you pretty much know if you're Escobar and you're Moustakas that with the left-hander pitching in a right-handed dominated lineup, you're going to get a lot of action. Duffy's not afraid to pitch to contact.
We'll take 2-0 pitches hit up into the gray, and Merrifield going to get a hard time from Escobar. I guess he's going, hey man, what are you doing way over here?
Well, it's because they all play out of position nowadays. It's not like it used to be. But anyway, Duffy, I agree with Monty. Monty was talking in the pregame show about, early countouts are important for Duffy. He had an excellent outing. We talked about that. Throwing just 113 pitches in 7 2/3 innings, but he's got to be able to get through the first. Get through the first cleanly. That usually sets the stage.
Eddie Rosario's having a nice year. He had perhaps the biggest hit for Minnesota last night, a 3-run double in the 8th inning. He has not had much fun against Danny Duffy in his career. 1 ball and 1 strike. Unless you think 1 for 6 with 4 strikeouts is fun.
If I'm him, I'm going to dwell on the 1. not going to dwell on the outs.
Rosario hit what we thought was going to be a hustling 2-run double. But when the throw went to second base to try and get him advancing to second, third base coach Dean Glenn waved home a third runner, Ryan Dozier. One guy was on the left side, and Rosario hit it right to him. Mike Moustakas throws him out, 2 away.
Good for Danny. And Moose is saying, wow, you know what? When I try that, there's always a guy there, too. Funny. I think Moose wants to hit one in the Royals bullpen tonight.
Miguel Sano hit a 2-run home run for the Twins last night. And in his last 13 games against the Royals, he has 25 RBIs. And there's strike 1 over the inside. Down by his feet, 1 ball, 1 strike. You were sitting there when I asked Ned Yost. It was my first question for him tonight. And remember, we talked about it last night, about the pitch selection to him. When he hit that home run in the 5th inning, he got all those fastballs from Jacob Junis. Jacob embarrassed him in his first 2 at-bats with sliders. 2 balls and 1 strike, and Ned agreed. If it's working and you're making a hitter look as bad as Junis was making Sano look, then don't change a thing.
And then until he made the mistake and Sano was looking out there. And that's too bad. That's what pitchers sometimes have a hard time sleeping that night after their outing, after just 1 at bat, 1 hit. What would I do again differently?
And if you weren't with us last night, in Sano's first at bat, Junis threw him 3 straight sliders and struck him out. In his second at bat, Jacob threw him 3 straight sliders and struck him out. And then they changed the game plan in the 5th and went with 3 straight fastballs, and that's when Sano hit the home run to center field. But Ned says that's part of the learning process. Up the middle, Escobar cuts it off, spins, throws, and Dozier with a stretch. And the Royals, with their defense, get Minnesota 1-2-3 in the top of the 1st.
Grass slowed it down just enough for Escobar to show his ballet skills.
Play to get Miguel Sano. Here's the Royals batting order tonight. John Jay had 4 hits last night, back in his leadoff spot. Mike Moustakas is back at 3rd. He was the designated hitter. Drew Butera will do the catching, all to face Kyle Gibson, who is 1-3 and has not won since his first start of the year.
27 walks. Okay. It's not a great mark, but it's 58 strikeouts in 56 innings. That's pretty impressive. Okay, you see all the 60% fastballs. Okay, those two top ones added up. Slider, change, curve, so the 2 and 4. There's a difference. The 2-seamer runs down and in to righties, away from lefties. 4-seamers designed to stay straight up in the zone for a surprise quickie. It'll get it right by your fastball. 93 is his average. He might go 94 at times, but he's a confident pitcher, at least this year. He's had his struggles, and like every pitcher or performer who plays up here gets a piece of humble pie. Some get the whole pie. It's not easy.
I'll be curious to see what kind of season he has, because this is the 3rd year in a row that, and I don't know if people connected with the Twins are just hopeful, but Gibson's got it figured out. Remember last year, those funky drills he was doing and unhittable in spring training, and boy, watch out, this
tough.
is it. And
Tough year.
he ended up in AAA last year.
Exactly.
Sano at first will take it himself. And now Merrifield coming up.
Twins defensively have a little different look tonight with this young man Ryan Lamar in center field. He's a good action type player. Can go get him. Kepler in right. Rosario in left. Escobar went from short to third tonight. Adrianza, Dozier, Sano at first base, and of course Mitch Garver is doing the catching.
So no Byron Buxton running around center field tonight. A high strike to Whit Merrifield. That's true. And he had one more last night with an RBI, and also was on with a walk. So his on base percentage is .363.
I love the sign. Way to go, young man. School's out. Had a little time to make your own sign. That's perfect. Great job. I'd like to see more of those from the youngsters. Players love them.
Hard sinker down and away. 2-1.
It was a firm 2-seamer.
Gibson's always had that label, sinker, slider, ground ball pitcher. And he will get a lot of double plays. Joel and Monty talked about that. But now he's becoming a strikeout pitcher. Lifted to Kepler out in right field. 2 down. And now Mike Moustakas, and it's time for Lowe's whole team together. And the Royals have 4 hitters in the lineup tonight who have had significant success against Kyle Gibson in the past. I'd mentioned Drew Butera, 6 out of 9 with a home run. Last night Moustakas drove in 2.
Excuse me. And sometimes that manager, he'll look at the guys and what they've done against that night starting pitcher, and that's when he makes up his lineup, and it'll catch his eye one time, and I'll go, all right, perfect time. I've been trying to give Salvi some off days behind the plate. Butera rakes this guy, we'll put him in there. Doesn't always work, but sometimes you'll get the nod by your performance.
1-1 on Moustakas. Going to try and pitch him inside, and almost hit him on the knee with a hard slider, and that's been the turnaround pitch for him this year. Opponents are hitting .069 against his slider, and he has the highest swing and miss ratio on his slider and curveball than any other starter in the major leagues. Adrianza makes the catch with 2 hands, so both pitchers trade 1-2-3 first innings. hilarious days. The Big Slick Celebrity Softball game is coming up Friday before the Royals take on the A's. The game starts at 5. The gates will open at 4:30, so get here early. As local celebrities now in Hollywood will be here again. Paul Rudd, Jason Sudeikis, Rob Riggle, David Koechner, Eric Stonestreet, and a bunch of their celebrity friends will be here for the game. And then for an inning or so, they'll be down in the dugout suite with Joel. We'll be going down to Joel in just a moment. Gene Lamont, who was an original target of that group in the dugout suite as the third base coach of the Tigers, is now in the Royals organization. Wouldn't it be great if Joel was interviewing those guys in the dugout suite and Gene Lamont appeared?
That would be awesome. I bet the connections and the skills that Joel has could probably make that happen.
Escobar fouls it away. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And you know, it comes out that Gene Lamont is totally flattered by all that, the attention, and I would be too.
Somehow they incorporated one of the Star Wars songs, the Evil Empire theme, with Gene Lamont.
Yeah.
3 balls, 2 strikes. There was the "Come on, Chen" for Bruce Chen. Will Ferrell started that when he was here, and then they launched into dun 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 dun, Gene Lamont, Gene Lamont, and then when they come out on the field and they sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," after the last note, they all yell Gene Lamont. So.
Dun dun dun, Gene Lamont, Gene Lamont. Dun 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 dun, Gene Lamont, Gene Lamont.
And that continued after that first year when they weren't even playing the Tigers, and Gene Lamont was nowhere near Kansas City.
Yeah.
Now he's with the Royals organization.
Yeah. And at one point he was a third base coach, though. That's kind of where they got that. He wasn't the bench coach. They saw him out there, and they were messing with him, but it stuck. Duffy, good job.
Escobar takes care of Escobar. Not to tell you how to do your job or anything, Joel.
Well, I've done this enough to learn this. None of us are funny compared to them. And don't try to script or plan out Gene Lamont or anything, because they're going to go wherever they go, and then new classics are born. And with that, I'll segue over to Danny Duffy somehow, some way. And for Danny, you know, we talked to him on Price Chopper Royals Live after his last start. And, you know, I mean, he always wants to credit his teammate, and he always is so thoughtful. But he candidly admitted, he said, goodness gracious, it was a big load off of my back to be able to finally pitch that way. But then he had a really interesting comment. He said, you know, we got to keep it in front of me, keep on learning. And he said, I was looking last night. I have been a Royal for 4,005 days. So he went in and checked that out. He said there hasn't been a single day I haven't woken up and learned something on and off the field. Pretty good perspective from a pitcher that has struggled so much, cares so much, and hopes to be back on track.
He has retired the first 4 tonight, and now he's 1-2 on Max Kepler. And I've heard Danny say that, keep it in front of me. And what he's referring to is he can't do anything about what's behind him, what's in the past. All he can focus on is what's the next thing in front of him.
Good, the young player gets that, because there's a lot of truth to that. That's what it's all about. Life is like that. So many life lessons I learned playing baseball for 21 professional seasons. It's unbelievable. Wouldn't trade it for anything. Although I would have liked a degree. I have a lot of respect for those who went to college and got their degree and all that stuff. I missed out on that. I'm a little bit bummed about that.
If you went to college, though, you can't slide into the infielders in college, just to let you know. That would have been a big letdown for you.
Well, I was a hard ball player. Now, I'm not going to apologize for that, but that's just the way I played. But still, I learned about that, putting yesterday behind you and looking back, only to see I had enough money in the bank for a couple of months' rent before I got married to Jennifer, and I went, I don't have anything to fall back on. I got to make it. This professional baseball has got to be my way. I got to do this. This is for my family's counting on it. So that's when I turned up the heat and the volume. My game level rose. Pressure of performing to make a living for your family is great when you have nothing to fall back on. That's all I had. So my back was against the wall. And a lot of players get to that point. It's pressure to perform. And you only have so long in your career, in your life.
2-2 on Kepler. Got him with a changeup, down and in. And Duffy has set down the first 5.
Don't see a lot of left-handed pitchers throw changeups to left-handed batters, and that's because the ball kind of goes down and into them, and that's a left-handed hitter's wheelhouse down there. But he's not afraid to. I like that. Working it. 28 pitches. We've seen 28 pitches in 1 inning for several starts early for Duffy this year.
Perfect location to Robbie Grossman. Now, on one hand, Grossman's having a rough year, batting at .227 with 1 home run. Changeup is outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. On the other hand, he has done very well against Danny Duffy, so he probably doesn't feel like a .227 hitter right now. Trying to tie him up inside again. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Great spot. When Duffy misses in with the heater like that, even if he's going to miss in even more, or if he clips a batter, nothing wrong with that. That helps open up the outside part of the plate for backdoor breakers and changeups.
Inside again, 3-1. Really spotting his fastball well tonight. Everything has been on the outer edges of the strike zone, and if he's missed, he's been missing off the plate,
just like he did in his last outing. Rangers, a little different offensive team, no doubt. They swung from their heels a lot, so you know Minnesota's a little different offense. They're going to be patient. They're going to battle you and then milk the walk. Still, it shouldn't matter what style of offense you're facing with Duffy's stuff. He can beat anybody if he's on. And he just has to believe that. And trust his fastball. Trust your stuff you hear.
Right down the middle, a strike to Mitch Garver, who had one of the best nights of his career last night. 2 hits, 2 runs scored, 2 RBIs. It was his first major league multi-RBI game. And those runs came in the 9th inning, right after the Royals had gotten 2 in the bottom of the 8th. Way out in front of a changeup. Duffy's had a lot of trouble this year with right-hand batters, and I wonder if it's because that pitch right there hasn't been as sharp for him, or do you think it's him not throwing inside enough on the right-hand batter?
Combination of both. You get that pitch more if you're knocking hitters off the plate with that heater. Duffy, to me, with that stuff, I'd be knocking batters down. I mean, I would be letting them be conscious, aware of inside to get on their heels, and with his changeup, as good as it is, he'll have them in their heels swinging at it all day long. And he got hurt with the location of that changeup because he wasn't using his fastball like he wanted to, and the offense picked up on it and they were sitting on it. That was just the whole story of his early struggles this year. We all thought maybe there was something wrong physically.
Well, even though he walked Robbie Grossman, I mean, he missed inside on about 2 or 3 pitches, and not just barely inside, but way inside.
You know, and so much has changed in the game. I understand that, but you still have to be able to make the hitter aware of the heater in, and can't. It's part of the art of the great pitch there. Finished him with the change. There it was.
He gets 2 strikeouts in the inning with his changeup. Sluggers Blue Crew. And they'll hope to be here on Saturday, because after the game, the Royals are going to play the movie Sandlot up on Crown Vision. It's the 25th anniversary of the iconic baseball movie. It's an afternoon game with Oakland. You can choose from 2 different theme ticket options, both including an exclusive Sandlot t-shirt featuring all of your favorite players. Royals.com/Sandlot for tickets and more information. Salvador Perez is the DH tonight. He had 2 singles, but did not drive in a run. That was key for Minnesota last night, because he's been driving them in bunches. 25 RBIs this month. That's the most in the American League. Reaching, and he fouls it away. So this being year number 50 of Royals baseball, if Salvi gets an RBI either tonight or tomorrow, he'll become just the 6th Royal ever to have more than 25 RBIs in May. 6 in the first 49 years. There's that Gibson slider we were talking about last inning, and that's his first strikeout tonight. Jorge Soler with 1 down. If the Royals hit a triple in tonight's game, the Kansas City Honda dealers will make a $1,000 donation to the KC Urban Youth Academy. Look out. That's trying not to hurt yourself trying to get out of the way.
Yeah, that's pitching inside. Maybe up a little too high for some hitters' comfort, but still, that's what you do sometimes. Make him inside aware. I had a chance to meet for the first time Garvin Alston, first-year pitching coach for Minnesota Twins Paul Molitor, and he's a pleasant young man. Asked him about Gibson, the fact that he's got such a great number against right-handers. I said, man, you know, righties are only hitting .213 off of your right-hander. What's the deal? He says, well, he's got a great slider, and his changeup's pretty good too. In order to make those 2 pitches look good, he's got to establish his heater. So he's throwing a lot of fastballs. So just what he's doing to Soler here. And then he uses that off-speed pitch to make it look good. That's been the difference for Gibson so far this year. Even though his numbers aren't exactly like he wants. Garvin Alston talked about the slider and change. There's a changeup right there. Those are good, but in order for them to be better, and that 2-seamer and 4-seamer have to get established. Just like we talk about with Duffy. Same thing.
And he's getting good hitters out with his stuff. Usually the best hitters, at least run producers in the lineup, hit 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And he's gotten the Royals 3rd, 4th, and 5th hitters so far tonight, with a pop out to short and a couple of strikeouts. One and one on Hunter Dozier. He was hitless last night, but did reach with a walk. One and two. That is inside the bag and up the right field line. Kepler is on it in a hurry, but Dozier's going to run on him. And he's in there with a 2-out double.
man, that's perfect. When you're a right-handed batter and you take a ball down the right field line like that, it plays in front of you. You see it all the way. He didn't need anybody to tell him to take second base on that. Good athlete, got nice speed, and took advantage of it. A little 2-out double. See if Alex can get him in.
And another one of those Royals hitters we showed you last inning who has done very well against Gibson in the past. And with 3 hits last night, Alex extended his hitting streak to 5 games. A look at our Kubota power stats, and he's hitting .500 during that 5-game hitting streak.
And look where they're hitting. He's hitting them. Middle. Stay in middle. A couple away. A few he's pulled. Good pitch there. But he's keeping his hands inside the ball, using the money side of the field. That dead center home run he hit in St. Louis was nice, but I'll tell you, that brings back flashbacks of the World Series when he took Familiar, their closer, dead central here. That was the most beautiful swing and homer I've ever seen.
1-2.
That single hit, I mean, we'll talk about that forever. That home run broke the Mets back in Game 1. Took him all that inning, and when we watched Familiar walk into the dugout, and all of his teammates look at him with their jaw dropped, their jaw was dropped. He hadn't given up a run since June. And Alex in Game 1 of the World Series broke him. That was beautiful.
2-2. Royals last night were 4 out of 19 with runners in scoring position. This is their first opportunity tonight. Strike, and Alex hardly ever reacts like that. Drops his bat at home plate and turns away from home plate umpire Adam Hammery. Nice. Good start on the mound. Both teams have just one base runner in the first 2 innings. This is switch hitting Ray Adrianza, who's playing it short for Minnesota. Their regular shortstop, who is coming off a career year, Jorge Polanco, was suspended in spring training for violating Major League Baseball's performance enhancing drugs policy, so they lose him for half the year.
I would say it's working. The drug plan and the program and how they're testing and all that is working. I mean, there's guys, they're not staying off them, but they're busting them.
One and two on Adrianza. He is the number 8 hitter tonight. Still 1 and 2. Eduardo Escobar played shortstop last night. He is at third tonight. Two balls, 2 strikes. Duffy has struck out 2, both with his changeup. 4 of his 5 strikeouts against the Rangers were with his fastball. And that stroke to left field. I think a changeup that was away, and Adrianza just reached out and hooked it into left field. Danny Duffy has done well against Minnesota in his career. This is his 14th start tonight. Archaea drive to success. His 2.49 ERA is the second lowest ever against Minnesota for a pitcher who's made at least 10 starts. Only Felix Hernandez has a lower career ERA against the Minnesota Twins. 10 or more starts.
And Duffy's aware of those numbers.
Strike over the inside to Ryan Lamar. First time we've seen him in a Twins uniform. Originally came up through the Reds organization out of the University of Michigan. Had to endure a lot of injuries in the minor leagues.
He's a player. I've read up a little bit about him and talked to some of the Twins about this young man. He's 29 years old, was a great hockey player coming out of high school. And good athlete, excellent speed, has good baseball knowledge, has some tools.
Adrianza's running back to tag, but he gets back too late, and that would have been a huge mistake, even if he was standing on the bag when the catch was made.
Hey, he's new in the league. He'll find out. But anyway, so far so good for Duffy and his location of the fastball. Check it out, folks. This is what's going to keep him in good standing with his numbers and getting his numbers back down. Hey, look at the location. He's establishing the heater, but he's not just throwing cookies in the middle. He is putting it on the border, inside the better. If those inside borderline, it'll lock the guys up. Those are great spots. Hope it continues. Opens up the outside part of the plate for his secondary pitches. That's the name of the game. Pitchers who do it most successfully are the ones who do it for a long period of time and make the cake.
Saw Dozier swing at one of those fastballs and pop out to second base in the first inning. With the Royals shifted over to the left, it was Merrifield making the play near the shortstop position. Dozier has been hitting home runs by the bunches. And a couple of years ago, he set an American League record for home runs by a second baseman. But he's been very hot and cold against the Royals. Dozier 3 years ago hit 28 home runs, none against the Royals. 42 the next year, 11 against the Royals, and that's a record for any player against the Royals. Last year he hit 34 and only 1 against the Royals. So he is all or nothing against KC from year to year.
You sure hope to get to nothing. Because man, when he was on, and it was tough. You couldn't sneak a piece of cheese by him. Dead red fastball hitter. Had a chance to talk to him today about his success he's had since 13. There's the one he likes right there. Good borderline pitch though, up in the zone for Duffy. Since 13, his numbers have been so consistent, especially the at-bats. 550, 580, 600, 600, 600. I mean, I asked him, your numbers are so consistent over those 5 years. What's it been like? And first he thanked me. He goes, thank you. Because it was a compliment, because it's hard to have that kind of consistency each year. What's the hardest part, he said. I asked him. He said, mentally preparing myself to play every day. You can't put up numbers unless you play. You got to play hurt. You play sometimes when you don't feel like it. When you wake up in the morning, you're saying, no way. You talk yourself into it. I'm going to play today. I'm going to get my at-bats. I'm going to help my team. And if I can do one good thing that night, whether it's with the bat or the glove, I've helped my team. And he understands. Good pitch there. Didn't get it.
I imagine somewhere Alex Gordon is grumbling about that last pitch to Dozier, as he got rung up on a pitch up and into and the bottom of the second inning.
Yep, very similar, except that ball was in a tad. That's what I like, Duffy's mentality there. He's trying to bust him in. We haven't seen this. We didn't see this Danny Duffy the first 5 or 6 starts this year.
Fouled away by Rosario.
And you know, you're going to get hit once in a while. That 93 that was right dead center right there. He fouled it off. He didn't hit it, didn't put it in play hard, but you know, sometimes you're gonna miss. But I like the mentality of challenging the hitter. That's the main thing. See if he can execute a pitch here, because he wants to roll it up.
And the Royals are better positioned to turn a double play with Rosario up here. When he batted in the first inning, Mike Moustakas was the only fielder on the left side, and Rosario hit it right to him. It'll land in the crowd. 1-2. That guy all right?
Ooh, man. Be alive, man. Ooh, man. No.
I think he had a glove on too, didn't he?
Yeah, it's not easy. Little inside move there, didn't fool Adrianza. But just to kind of let the base runner know, I have an inside move too I'll use.
And he just slaps it into left field. One hop to Alex. Adrianza wanted to score, but Gene Glenn, the third base coach, said stop there. And Minnesota has the bases loaded with one down.
Okay, Rosario, make him. It's a second hit off of Duffy, and he just reached out and slapped it. That's called a slap hit there, and it's nice for Rosario. Duffy made the pitch off the plate. Didn't expect him to do that. As a hitter adjusting to the location of the fastball.
And of course, Miguel Sano's coming up with the bases loaded and one out. Duffy got him on a slow roller to Escobar in the first inning. Esky made a nice play going to the middle. 25 RBIs in his last 13 games against the Royals. He has a 15-game hitting streak against the Royals coming into tonight. On the ground and through the left side. Dozier will be waved home on Gordon, and the throw is on the money.
can't run on Alex. And Gene Glenn knows that. He just thought that he would push the envelope and challenge Alex to make a perfect throw. Okay, Dozier is a good runner. But that throw, whenever Alex puts it on that side of the plate, the third base side, that is the best place to put it. He knows exactly where to get it there. Perfect throw. Duffy said thank you.
Fastball swung on a miss by Eduardo Escobar. So Adrianza scores. Rosario's at third, Sano's at first. Eduardo Escobar popped out to Alcides Escobar in the second inning. No balls, 2 strikes. We talked about it last night. Going into the game, Minnesota was one of the worst in the league with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. They were hitting 185, second from the bottom. But last night they scored 6 of their 8 runs with 2 outs and runners in scoring position.
Well, they came alive. That made the difference.
Duffy's about to throw his 60th pitch of the night. And Escobar strikes out. So out of all that, Minnesota gets just 1 thanks to Alex Gordon's throw to gun down Dozier at the plate. Positive youth and police interaction. So he proposed bringing back the Cops Are Tops baseball card program, allowing an opportunity for police and youth all over the city, an opportunity to positively engage over baseball. So that's earned him a seat in the Buck O'Neil legacy seat tonight.
Outstanding. Way to go, Jason. Way to make a positive impact.
1-0 Minnesota. It'll be Escobar, Butera, and Jay in the bottom of the third. 1-1 on Escobar. He was 0 for 4 last night, but he was hit by a pitch late in the game and scored a run that got the Royals to within 2. But then Minnesota ended up running away after they got 2 more in the 9th inning. Back to the middle, and Dozier, Minnesota's second baseman, is right there and throws him out. Refreshing saves from Price Chopper and Aquafina. Sign up at mypricechopper.com/saves to save on Aquafina when the Royals get a save. And the chances are pretty good if the Royals are in a save opportunity with Kelvin Herrera and his ERA under 1. Strike on Drew Butera, the former Twin, and he's done well against Kyle Gibson. 6 out of 9 with a home run. Drew was there when Gibson was called up to the big leagues in 2013. Gibson was Minnesota's first-round pick in 2009 out of Mizzou. He is not from Missouri. He is from Indiana. And during his time in Columbia, he was teammates with Aaron Crow and Max Scherzer.
6'6". Nice frame for a downhill angle. Good height. He looks so much more confident. And that's based on body language. But we're seeing up here. He's using his fastball. He's attacking the hitters. And he's convicted with the heater. That's what you want. Got a curveball. Throws 11% of the time. The curveball really is a show me pitch, and it's a nice big bender. And that's an effective pitch to take the hitter's eye off of some of the other pitches.
Out over the plate and line to center, but Lamar was shallow. And there are 2 down. Speaking of 2013, when Gibson was called up, it all began against the Royals. He made his big league debut against the Royals in June of 2013 and pitched well. He got his first big league win. He gave up 2 runs in 6 innings. He was opposed by Wade Davis when Davis was starting, and that was probably Wade's worst day as a Royal. He threw 67 pitches in 1+ innings.
In Minnesota.
In Minnesota, day game. And he had a long first inning. He came back out for the second and didn't get anybody out. So in the end, it was 1+ inning and 67 pitches. That was a major league record. And you think about all the historical great things that Wade Davis did in a Royals uniform. It's hard to remember that he struggled as a starter his first year. And then Luke Hochevar blew out his elbow in spring training of 2014, and that was the Wade Davis rebirth.
The rest is history.
Yep.
Waiter, check, please.
Yeah, we said that a lot, didn't we? Or you did.
Well, he's picking it up now.
2-1 on John Jay. There he is. 50 years of Royals baseball, and after what it turned out to be 4 years with the Royals, he's up there on the mural. A perfect bunt laid down by John Jay. So he has an 11-game hitting streak, and that is his 41st hit this month.
To me, that's a beautiful hit. Look what the third baseman's playing, Escobar. Look at that. Escobar says, I'm going to put that in my pocket. You know why? Because I got no chance. Look at that. Squares while the ball's midway to him. There's an art to that. Obviously, not everybody can do it. That's beautiful.
So let's update our Toyota League leaders. Most hits all time in the month of May. John Jay is 5th all time. or tied for 4th, I beg your pardon, with Johnny Damon. He's going to have a heck of a night tonight and tomorrow night to catch George Brett.
I don't know if that's going to happen. Pulling for him, though. That's amazing, that many hits. I've had seasons where I didn't have that many hits. That's awesome. But Jay's been fun to watch this month, that's for sure. And not just this month. His defense, I've been especially impressed with watching him on a daily basis. The jumps that he gets, he doesn't have great speed, but he is a tremendous athlete and knows exactly how to take the jumps. You know why? Because I like watching big league players practice in batting practice. He goes out there and power shags. He power shags off the bat live. And then he works on his base running.
Which is baseball terminology for shagging batting practice at game speed. He's just not going through the motions. Witt is hoping that everybody's all right on that line drive.
You know, I haven't had a chance to watch too many games from the stands, but I would imagine that on a top-spin liner like that coming at you, it probably wouldn't be tough to judge, but the first person in front of you puts their hand up or tries to go for it, and you miss seeing that and deflects it. I mean, that'd be tough to be a fan with somebody standing up in front of you.
The Royals were one of the first teams to aggressively extend the netting, and now some teams have gone way down the lines. 1-2 on Witt. Off the end of the bat, and that'll drop into center field. So down 1 ball, 2 strikes. Merrifield has a base hit. And now he's hit in 6 straight.
Okay, like this. Now that's a beautiful swing. That's 81 and well executed by Gibson. Look at the back leg here. Back leg helps drop a little bit. Head position. You go down and get that ball and just follow through with it. Very nice. And that's the difference between a guy who hits for average versus a guy who hits for power. A guy who hits for power is going to try to swing out of the park and hit that. Instead, Woodley went with it, put it in play. Now Moose can get him a pitch. He's looking to yard ball him. A nice little breeze blowing out there to right.
Took a shot at left field. Gibson got him on a pop up to short in the 1st inning. Ned Yost gave Moustakas a day and a half off. He didn't play on Sunday. And the Royals win at Texas, and then he was the designated hitter last night. And any time off that the Royals can get now is weighed very heavily with the high temperatures. Now it's 70 right now because of the thunderstorm, but the last couple of days have been mighty hot. That throw almost ended up in center field. Don't you think how the first week of the heat is the hardest? You know, when you go from 70s and 80s and all of a sudden it's 95 degrees, it takes a little while to adjust to that heat.
I think it is for the players especially. As cold as it was all early in the season, it's kind of a little bit of shock to their system, but they welcome it and they'll get used to it.
1-1 on Moustakas.
Gibson's slowing down his pace a little bit because he knows he's got to pitch to one of the most dangerous hitters on the Royals for sure. 275 hitter. Moose is with the runner in scoring position. Duffy's looking for Moose to help him out here with 2 outs.
Got it in on his hands, and it's 1-2. And he's even better with runners in scoring position when there are 2 out. Last night his 2-run double came with 2 on and nobody out, and tied the game at 2.
Gibson was hand motioning to Garver to go through the signs, go through them a lot here.
Got him with a slider down. So Gibson strikes out his 4th. He has 3 scoreless innings. Minnesota leads 1-0.
Each post, T-Mobile will donate $1 to support veterans.
That specialist Richard Fuller, and the Royals were one of the first teams to salute a member of the military every home game, and Royals fans do it the best. Doesn't matter who it is or when it is. That military veteran will get a standing ovation at Kauffman Stadium.
And that little girl, his daughter, it's her first time at the K. Fantastic.
Great device, the Binky strap. Mr. and Mrs. Binky strap are doing well. They spend these days just trying to decide what island they want to live on. That was a heck of an invention, let me tell you, with 4 kids. 2-2 on Max Kepler.
We called it the Passy. And the Passy ferry came.
Passy strap then, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, but eventually we had to put it into the Passy, so we hung up the Passys in a tree so the Passy ferry would come and get them and take them away. So you might look into that someday. Not right now. You got to have it.
We're through that, Hud.
Okay.
Yeah. Kepler hits it right to Merrifield. So Max Kepler, who has really come along against left-hand pitching, is 0 for 2. And now Robbie Grossman is coming up. Danny Duffy will tell you that if you can't catch the game on TV, you can stream games live on your mobile device. Download the Fox Sports Go app, log in, and stream the Royals. Robbie Grossman took a walk. First time up. Duffy gets a changeup over the outside corner for a strike. Danny was really trying to pound Grossman in with fastballs and just couldn't get him to swing the bat. And coming back inside again. 1-1. Now a line drive to left field, sinking, and Alex got a good first step. And Grossman is out, number 2.
Excellent swing and even better catch. Had topspin on it. It was sinking fast. Alex didn't have to leave his feet, but we've seen it. We've seen him leave his feet on sinking liners like that before. Has a great way to line his glove up. As he's got his platinum glove on tonight, I just noticed.
Up and away to Mitch Garver. Duffy's had a good changeup tonight, and all 3 of his strikeouts have been with that pitch, including maybe his best changeup tonight against Garver. Now fastball over the inside. 1-1.
Yeah, and Garver's thinking, wow, this guy is good. Never faced him coming in.
Garver was last year's minor league player of the year for the Twins, and now getting a chance to play on a regular basis because Jason Castro, their regular catcher, wrecked his knee, and what was first believed to be minor surgery and out for 4 to 6 weeks ended up being pretty serious, and he's done for the year. And it's back into the crowd. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Our University of Kansas Health System injury report update. Right knee surgery and done for the year. Jason Castro, who will be with Minnesota 1 more year after signing a 3-year contract after the 2016 season. So for now it's Garver and the veteran backup Bobby Wilson.
Bobby Wilson, heck of a young man, good guy, and is content with being a backup, but would jump at the opportunity to play. Duffy loses it. Garver had a nice year last year. We talked about it a little bit last night. 29 doubles, 17 homers, and 320 at bats. So here you go, young man. Show us what you got. This is a big opportunity for him.
A-Ray Adrianza singled leading off the 3rd inning and scored the only run tonight on a base hit from Sano. He swings through a changeup.
Guessing first ball fastball.
One and one on Adrianza. Originally out of the Giants organization from Venezuela. His godfather is Ozzie Guillen.
Wow.
Speaking of Venezuelan shortstops.
How about it? Guillen was dynamic. He had played with a lot of energy.
Dave Holtzman just showed me a note. 17 Venezuelans have played shortstop in the major leagues this year.
Wow.
Just inside. That stat by way of Al Broughton.
Thanks, Al.
Associate producer of graphics.
That's awesome.
That's teamwork right there.
It sure is.
broke his bat. Moustakas cuts it off and throws it over to Dozier to end the inning. Duffy is upset as he comes off the mound. It's 1-0 Minnesota. Is brought to you by Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. And we had some rain, some lightning, and a 25-minute rain delay. Tonight's game started at 7:40. Other than that, that weather that came up from the south has really cooled down Kansas City. 70 degrees at first pitch. Salvador Perez, Jorge Soler, and Hunter Dozier in the bottom of the 4th inning. Salvi hits it off the end of the bat. Adrianza throws high, and Sano had to go up to get it. And Perez is 0 for 2. Our second Paint at the Park is this Sunday. You can enjoy one free drink while following an art demonstration from Pino's Palette in our Hall of Fame pavilion. Create a one-of-a-kind piece featuring Slugger before watching the Royals take on the A's. Visit Royals.com/paint to purchase this special theme ticket. It's a theme ticket. You have to make that purchase at Royals.com. Soler, like Perez, struck out his first time. Gibson has struck out 4. And that's hooked over to third. Escobar right on the money to Sano. And Gibson, who has been getting a lot more strikeouts this year, still can get a lot of ground balls with that sinker. 2 down to Hunter Dozier.
Royals swinging early in the count, looking for the fastball.
Ball 1 on Hunter Dozier. He was down 1-2 in the second inning and got a fastball up and away and hit a shot right by the first baseman Sano for a double. Curveball bends in for a strike. There's that slider we were talking about in the early innings. An opponent's batting average of .069 against that pitch coming into tonight. Dozier wouldn't go that far. 2-2.
Brian Dozier, in my conversation with him earlier, wanted to know where Hunter Dozier was from. He says, where's he from? And I said, well, I believe it's Texas. And the media guide says Argyle, Texas is where he resides now.
It's from Denton, which is about an hour north of Arlington, where the Rangers play.
Yeah, and Brian Dozier's from Mississippi.
Three and two.
Two outs, 3-2 count. Young ball player up there. You would think, if you're Dozier, fastball here.
He got a slider. And that's 5 strikeouts for Kyle Gibson. At the end of 4, Minnesota still leads 1-0. Duffy tonight.
Well, I think I like what I'm seeing from Danny Duffy. He's really kind of carrying over from his last start. Maybe a few more pitches as far as not as efficient as he was, but it's a really different ball club. Minnesota Twins much more selective. And I've seen a couple hits tonight on pitches that, in fact, I commented to Joe, I'm like, the Rangers would have been swinging for the fences and probably not served the ball out on the outfield. And that's how he got a lot of his outs, just based on that type of offense.
Ryan Lamar flies out to Alex Gordon for a second time tonight.
Yeah, you're right, Alex. I mean, Alex. I called you Alex. Monty, that ball that Rosario stretched out, that ball was a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. A foot outside, he stroked to left field like he knew it was coming.
Yeah, good piece of hitting, and that's just sometimes you got to credit the hitter. You make your pitch, you execute it, but the results are not what you want.
Amani, a little birdie, has told us that Danny Duffy tonight has passed you on the Royals all-time strikeout list. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, Mr. Duffy texted Joel and let him know. So.
Oh, way to go.
You okay with that?
Hey, I'm great with it.
Okay. I mean, you're in the Hall of Fame, right? I mean, there's nothing else you can accomplish.
He did it in half the time it took me to do it, too.
Way to go, Monty.
One and one on Dozier. He has popped to second and walked. To Monty's point, Minnesota is the third most patient team in the American League. They see the third most pitches per plate appearance. So they will make any pitcher work, not just Danny Duffy. John Jay takes care of that fly ball from Dozier, and there are 2 down in the 5th inning.
I think that's an interesting point, too, because I go back to my playing days in the late 80s and through the 90s. It was the same way with the Twins then. They were patient hitters. They made you throw a lot of pitches. And on the other side, the Rangers were exactly like they are now. They were swinging for the fences all the time.
Paul Molitor is 1 win away from 250 as a big league manager. Well, we'll see how that plays out tomorrow with Brad Keller making his first major league start, and Ned Yost hinted before the game tonight that he'd be right around 55 pitches. So against this team, we'll see how far 55 takes you.
Right, especially since it's going to be the first time they've seen Brad Keller. They're going to be maybe looking him out a little bit early in the game.
Inside on Rosario, 1-1. So there's Brad getting a look at the lineup that he'll be facing tomorrow. Scott Barlow was called up from AAA before the game last night. Eric Stout went back to Omaha, and Barlow is expected to piggyback, as they say, and pick up wherever Keller leaves off. Two and two on Rosario.
It's been nice to see Danny working the changeup tonight effectively, and I think that was a pitch he didn't need as much against the Texas Rangers. The slider was really good, but nice to see him using that entire mix of pitches.
That's out of play. One thing that really stood out for Duffy when he went back to the rotation from the bullpen a couple of years ago was how aggressive he was with his fastball. I mean, he's just one fastball after another. Rosario just got a piece of it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and then just over time he had more of a balance with his pitches, and we talked about it at the top of the show tonight. I mean, he was trending to throw fewer than 50% fastballs this year.
I think sometimes as pitchers we outthink ourselves at times, thinking we got to be, you know, that guy that throws different pitches every time through the lineup and setting guys up for later in the game. But that fastball is always going to be the one you're going to make your living with.
Rosario not looking very comfortable in this at bat here, and that's good. But Duffy's got him off balance. He's just fighting off any little pitches.
It's one area I saw a lot of improvement from Danny in his last start. We've heard Ned Yost talk. We've heard Danny talk a number of times this year about his inability to put hitters away once he gets to 2 strikes. And situations like Rosario here, fouling a lot of pitches off. We saw that a lot from Danny early in the season. In the Texas game, we didn't see that much at all. He put guys away.
Rosario, who's had a bad time in the past against Duffy, has 2 hits tonight, and he got caught in no man's land. And Escobar tags him out.
Excellent job by Doty.
Trying to decorate an otherwise usual base hit to right. He's out.
Ideally, you want one throw. Okay, Rosario, a little bit excited. Soler comes and fires. Look at Whitley. Whitley pays attention. All right, Dozier, drop, get him going. Get the runner committed. That's what you want. You want to get that runner committed. Don't let him juke you, but keep him committed and then give it up. One throw, ideally. Escobar got him and tagged him. So it was a nice job by Dozier, who's getting used to playing first base.
And with Sano coming up, thank you.
Exactly. Okay, look at him. See, he's getting him going. You commit him. Get the runner committed. Escobar says, I got him from here.
To me, from the moment that ball was hit, that didn't look like a double at all at any point. I mean, sometimes the ball's hit and it's like, okay, does he go for two here? I mean, Soler didn't dog it, but I mean, he didn't have to sprint to get it, and he didn't have to make one of his best throws ever to get it back to the infield. And there's Rosario halfway in between first and second base.
I'm excited. Look at that.
So Alex Gordon leads off the next half inning with a single. He is 1 for 2, and he extends his hitting streak to 6 games.
Our Mo Lottery replay will show you. That's beautiful. 94 on his hands. Alex leading with his hands. Excellent job by keeping your hands inside the ball using left field. That's been Alex's key for the streak. Escobar taking a peek at Escobar, the third baseman.
The out is at first, so not what Escobar wanted. The silver lining is they get a runner into scoring position. Esky is 0 for 2. And up comes Drew Butera, who was 6 out of 9 against Gibson when he batted in the third inning, and he lined out to Lamar in center field, and Twins were lined up perfectly for Butera with Lamar in shallow center field. Mentioned to HUD early in the game. We'll see how it plays out for Gibson, but this is the third year in a row that I have heard early in the season, well, he's figured it out. You know, he's done whatever, and he's finally going to give them the season that they've been hoping for when he was a first-round pick. Gordon has to stay put. Adrianza throws out Butera. It's only 4 2/3 innings, Monty, but what do you notice different about Gibson?
Well, first of all, I don't know that he's going to be a top of the rotation pitcher. I think he's more of a middle of the rotation guy, and I think they at first hoped he would be a top of the rotation guy. But the thing that's different about him now, to me, a lot like we're talking about with Danny Duffy, he's a much more aggressive pitcher, in the strike zone more frequently, trusting his stuff more, you know, and really being on the attack. He's just got a different demeanor on him. I go back to the middle of last season. Paul Molitor went out during the middle of a game and actually told his catcher stay at home plate, and he kind of aired him out on the mound, let him know that, hey, you got good stuff here, start trusting your stuff. And he was a different pitcher the second half of the year last year. I remember he had one really nice game against the Royals. I think he threw a couple of decent games against the Royals toward the end of last year, but he was a different pitcher, and seemingly he's carried that into this season.
I remember we opened against Minnesota last year, and they were going on and on about his spring training, and then he went 0-4 with an 8 ERA and was in AAA.
I think, yeah, I was going to say, I think they were about ready to give up on him.
Yeah, I'd heard that up until those last 2 months that you're talking about, he was a designated for assignment candidate. John Jay laid down a beautiful bunt single in the third inning and extended his hitting streak to 11 games. So now the table setter hopes to clear the table with Gordon at second base and 2 down. Hud was talking earlier about Bobby Wilson, Minnesota backup catcher, who has just realized, hey, I'm a backup catcher. He realized that years ago. Do you think maybe Gibson or other guys have to say, okay, I'm not going to be a top of the rotation guy, and maybe take the pressure off that you're not expected to go 7 innings and give up just 1 or 2 runs every night?
Well, I just think it takes a different time for it to click for certain guys. And, you know, our guy's got a nice slider, good changeup, excellent sinking fastball. You know, he's always consistently in the low to mid 90s and gets all those ground balls. It's hard to imagine how they can not trust their stuff and how they can go out and nibble and pitch behind all the time. But sure enough, we see it all the time. And eventually, once guys realize how good their stuff is, it clicks, and then they're on the aggressive, and they're much better pitchers.
2-2 on John Jay. We've seen a lot of really good pitchers over the years, and because of trades or free agency, whatever, go from number 3 in the rotation to number 1, and it can wreck their career because now, you know, I'm the ace. You know, they're counting on me tonight to have a big game or end a losing streak, and they're not pitching like they used to.
Yeah, and there just are not many of those guys around.
3-2 on John Jay.
Jay swung and missed at a 93 that was kind of in the middle. I'm a little surprised. He's as hot as he's been. He swung and missed. Now he's got a good count here, 3-2. And Duffy so much would love for Jay to knock in a run, tie this thing up here.
This is a guy I want up in this situation right now.
Exactly.
The way he's swinging the bat.
Right. I was a little surprised he swung and totally missed. Didn't foul it off or anything. As good as he's been going. Usually when he swings, he barrels it this month. He'll take the walk too.
Slider stayed out over the plate. Gibson's had a lot of success tonight getting that slider down and out of the strike zone. John Jay has the 2nd best batting average and the most hits in the American League this month. Only Mookie Betts has a higher average in May. And as Hud said, he'll take a walk, and he passes the baton on to Whit Merrifield. That is Gibson's first. And now 2 on. Whit is 1 for 2 with a single.
That's the way to work the pitcher. Season RISP is coming up, 289. It wasn't long ago, a week or so, Whitley was hitting under 200 or right at 200 with a runner in scoring position, and that's coming up big time. That's what they desperately need, the offense. Some timely hits.
And even a little better with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. That was the difference in the game last night. Executing with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. 0-2. I mentioned earlier, Minnesota scored 6 of its 8 runs with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. Alex Gordon at second base opened the inning with a single, and then after a couple of ground balls to short, John Jay walked. Gibson with 3 sliders gets Merrifield, and he has struck out 6 in 5 scoreless innings. Thank you, Monty.
You bet. Thanks, Monty.
Miguel Sano to begin the 6th inning. Skies one to center field. Danny Duffy's first out this inning is just on one pitch. Sano drove in Minnesota's run back in the 3rd inning, scoring Adrianza, and then we just showed you that great throw that Alex Gordon made to the plate. That was on the same play to cut down Brian Dozier. And here's our Pizza Ranch pitching line comparison. Very similar tonight. Both pitchers have given up 4 hits. Duffy has walked 3. Gibson has struck out 6. Eduardo Escobar is 0 for 2. Two-0. This will be Duffy's 95th pitch. Right now there's no activity in the Royals bullpen. 3 balls and no strikes. That will probably change at any moment. At the knees, 3-1. Max Kepler is on deck. Line foul by a foot. When a team has a surprisingly good year like Minnesota did last year, well, then you're going to have some players who had surprisingly good years. And Eduardo Escobar, who had never hit more than 12 home runs, had 21. 6 of those came against the Royals. Lead off, or rather a 1-out walk, and that is Duffy's 4th.
Parents, our annual Kids Run the Show event is back at the K. Submit your child's audition for the chance to help run the Royals game on Sunday, July 8th. Positions include junior K crew member, junior grounds crew member, and many more. Head to royals.com/kids. Run the show for more information. That's right, you can run it.
And now they will go to work in the Royals bullpen with Duffy at 98 pitches. 1 on 1 out to Max Kepler, who is 0 for 2. And Kepler hits it hard but foul off the side wall. Kepler has struck out and grounded out to second base. Kevin McCarthy is warming up in the Royals pen. Oh, and 2. Speaking of home runs, Max Kepler last year had 19. That was a career high for him. He had a good year. Could have had a better year if he hit better against lefties. And that's obviously something that he thought about and worked hard on during the offseason. Entering this year, his career average against left-hand pitching was 176. And now 1/3 into this season, he's hitting 375 against lefties with a huge OPS. And Merrifield cuts it off in shallow right. He throws to second. What a heads-up play by Merrifield.
Heady is a word that you hear after Merrifield's name. He's a heady type player. He knew that he couldn't get Kepler at first base. Kepler sliding at first. He knew that he thought that Manfred will come there, but he knew that Escobar had to freeze on the liner. So when he froze, Manfred saying, look, I'm going to get him at second. He's got a good, strong throwing arm. Showed it. It's a big pickup for Denny.
Robbie Grossman has walked and lined out to left field, and he's always done well against Duffy, so that was the right play to keep a runner out of scoring position with Grossman coming up. 225 this season, but 6 out of 14 in his career against Duffy. Two and 0. Duffy's at 104 pitches. He threw 113 Thursday at Texas when he went 7 2/3 innings. Now, getting back to what Monty was saying when he was up here with us, you could say, yeah, Danny's not as efficient tonight as he was in his last start. And that's true, but two completely different lineups. I mean, remember the Rangers, they lead the league in strikeouts.
Yep. And
they're a much more aggressive team than Minnesota. So you got to give the Twins some credit here, and that's just their style. Third most patient team in the league.
Without a doubt. And we knew coming in it could be a different test for Duffy. But look, what the bottom line to me is what Junis did last night and what Duffy's doing tonight is keeping his team in the game. They're in the game. They had a chance to win last night, and then have a chance to win tonight, and that's really the bottom line. Junis walked a season-high 4 batters, which obviously he wasn't on top of his game, but he gave the offense plenty of time, and they couldn't get the big hits last night.
Been a nice run for the Royals rotation over their last 7 games and striking out almost 10 per 9 innings. Grossman pulls it off the side wall. It has not been a big strikeout night for Duffy. He has 3. Gutierrez thinking here. He wants a change up away. And it is away, but Grossman wouldn't go for it. 3-2. Mitch Garver is on deck. Some hitters just simply see the ball well out of certain pitchers' hands, and Grossman, in his 3 plate appearances against Duffy tonight, he hasn't flinched once.
He looks like he's just all over. He'll take a walk.
Changeup strikes him out. That was a perfect pitch. So Duffy goes 6 tonight. He strikes out 4, and he gives up just 1 run. Royals down 1-0. Our contestant is Marshall Brown from Smithville. If the Royals hit a home run out of the park in this inning, Marshall wins $700. Moustakis takes a changeup for a strike. If the Royals hit a grand slam out of the park, Marshall wins $25,000 from Sonic and the Royals. One ball, one strike. Moustakis popped to short in the first inning and then came up with 2 on and 2 out in the third, and Gibson struck him out with a slider. Gibson has struck out 6 in the first 5 innings. 4 with his slider. Change up again, 2-1. Fastball out over the plate, and that's going to roll all the way to the wall. So Gibson missed his spot, and Moustakis was all over it.
I'll say, too bad. 1/4 of an inch underneath that. That ball was out of here. That ball was crushed. Hit exit velocity was probably pretty high on that one. 108.3 is a beautiful swing. Gapper all the way. Ball got to the wall so quickly, Moose couldn't even think about 3. Nice job, of course, out there pulling that ball off the wall by Lamar. Got it to the infield quickly.
Danny Duffy most likely is done for the night, but he is still the pitcher of record. And if the Royals could tie or take the lead here. Salvador Perez struck out in the second inning, and then Gibson got him to chase a first pitch in the 4th, and he broke his bat and grounded out to short. Royals were very aggressive last night, hitting with runners in scoring position. Twins pitchers got a lot of quick outs. And that pitch was down and out of the strike zone. So Salvi shakes his head after that swing. So this is just the 5th opportunity tonight with a runner in scoring position. Shallow center, and Lamar comes up to make the play. 1 down. Jorge Soler is coming up, and it's time for our sprint trivia question. Since 1950, name the 4 Hall of Fame pitchers to win a World Series for multiple teams. One of them is here tonight.
Yeah, I like that. Whenever there's an in the house, that helps us. So we do have a couple of Hall of Famers in the house. Denny Matthews is not one of the answers. But I think
that would be correct.
I think Bert Blyleven might be, though.
With the Pirates, We Are Family Pirates, and then he won a World Series with the Twins in 1987.
Look at him.
Yep.
I hope he doesn't pick his nose. Thank you.
Soler struck out and grounded out to third. Oh, and 2. That was a borderline pitch. It's been a struggle lately for Soler, but he hit an impressive home run in the 9th inning last night against Fernando Rodney, his 7th of the year. That's off of Garver's glove, and Moustakis goes to third. So big break. And now the Royals can get a run with a well-placed out. That's a pass ball on Mitch Garver.
Gene Glenn, infield instructor for the Minnesota Twins. We'll see what he's going to do with his infield. So you can't. You've got to play in and get the run at home. So they're going to play a little bit halfway, which gives the infielders more range. That's smart. There's no need to come in all the way on the grass unless you have an above average runner.
Got the strikeout, and he got it with a fastball.
He slipped. Didn't have a good toe hold. It went down.
So all those sliders, and it'd be easy for a hitter to think, stay back, stay back, stay back.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Gibson.
Paul Molitor is going to come out with the Minnesota trainer just to make sure that Gibson's all right.
Well, you know, he fell down on that strikeout pitch, which was a good two-seam sinking fastball that he executed to get Soler out. And let's see if anything wrong with it there.
Now he is doing the universal adjust yourself baseball move, but he's done it about 6 or 7 times, which that's probably what alerted the dugout, hoping that he doesn't have a midsection injury, groin, abdomen. So he's going to throw a pitch or two. They are working in the Minnesota bullpen. Yeah, he didn't look comfortable. He's twisting and stretching. If he's hurt, and this isn't easy to do when you're a competitor, and I gave the catcher the thumbs up, but both times he looked like he was gritting his teeth. And Paul Molitor is going to say, now, are you sure? As a competitor, Hud, this is a tough one here, because even if you're hurting a little bit, Gibson is 1-3. He has not won since his season debut on March 31st. He has gotten very little run support this year, and he's probably thinking,
staying in.
You know, I want to stay in here. I don't want to turn this game over. Flip side is, if he is injured even slightly, don't want to make it any worse.
He's a different pitcher than we saw last year, that's for sure. He's done a great job tonight. Dozier could tie it up. It's going to have to be a clean single or better. Big hole up the middle.
Sinking below the strike zone. Dozier doubled against Gibson in the second inning. He took a 1-2 fastball the other way, and then Gibson struck him out in the 4th. This inning began with a double. Moustakas on with a double with 1 out. He went to 3rd on a pass ball, and now 2 down. 2 balls and no strikes. Dozier lines it to left field, and it is caught by Rosario. So the Royals do not cash in the leadoff double. It is still 1-0 Minnesota at the end of 6. looks like he's going to go farther than that. We'll see if there's any activity in the Minnesota bullpen as they bat in the 7th inning. You can purchase 20 or more tickets for a single game and receive a 20% discount. We will tell you more about that. First, our Jeep drive of the game. That's the only run tonight. Miguel Sano driving in A-Ray Adrianza, but because of Alex Gordon's throw, it was just a 1-run play. So Sano has 26 RBIs against the Royals in his last 14 games. And now Kevin McCarthy is a Chevy call to the bullpen. He'll get the lower third of the Minnesota order. Garver, Adrianza, and Lamar. Danny Duffy gave up 1 run, 4 hits in 6 innings.
McCarthy doing a nice job. That ERA 2.95, 21 innings pitched, 13 strikeouts. Just 4 walks, pounding the strike zone. Sinker, slider, curve, change. Got 4 pitches, mainly sinker, slider, hard. Challenges hitters.
Garvey has struck out and walked. He was on base 3 times last night and put the game on ice with a 2-out 2-run double in the 9th inning last night. Good start for McCarthy. 1 down. Now we'll tell you about purchasing 20 or more tickets for a single game to receive a 20% discount. Group tickets are available for all home games, and groups of 20 or more can save big. Suites and party areas are also available on a nightly basis. So plan your company event or get together with friends or coworkers. Email groupsales@royals.com. If that guy looks confident, maybe on the edge of being cocky, that's because his school is hosting an NCAA regional.
Oh, fantastic.
After winning the Big Ten regular season and tournament. Adrianza has his 2nd hit. What do you got for trivia, Hud?
I like Steve Carlton.
Correct. Who else?
I guessed Catfish Hunter.
That's correct.
Ding, 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 ding. I think they should use more fans' questions. What about your guess?
I'm going to let you handle this one tonight.
You are. All right, I'll go with your guess.
Well, you told me when I said it, you said I was thinking about him too. So.
I like Tom Seaver, not just because he's my homie. How about Tom Seaver?
Strike 1. Ryan Lamar has flied out to left field twice. Did he go? He did. So McCarthy has struck out 2.
Excellent job. Lamar, he committed. He went. He looked like he didn't, but he's guilty.
We're getting a lot of strikeouts lately. Typically a contact pitcher. McCarthy. He fell behind Shin-Soo Choo on Saturday in Texas, and Choo homered for a walk-off victory. But otherwise, not just getting strikeouts, but pitching with a better tempo, pitching with more conviction, attacking hitters. Moustakas, nice backhand play, sets his feet, and throws a bullet over to Dozier to end the 7th inning.
That is nice. Look at McCarthy saying, Moose, I threw that ball about 90 miles an hour across the diamond. Watch him set his feet. Woof. That was a P-Rod.
AM are bringing Springfield's best fans to Kauffman Stadium on Saturday. For more information, go to Royals.com/Fan Express. Bottom of the 7th. The Royals have no runs on 5 hits against Kyle Gibson, so apparently he was fine after losing his balance on a pitch to Soler. He got Dozier to line out to left to end the 6th inning, and now with his 93rd pitch, he is 1-1 on Alex Gordon. He'll be followed by Alcides Escobar and Drew Butera. One and two. Royals in the 5th inning got a leadoff single from Alex. And then a 2-out walk to John Jay. In the 6th inning, the Royals got a leadoff double from Mike Moustakas. That is 8 strikeouts for Kyle Gibson.
Talked about that slider. Slider's been good all night. They knew it coming in. Throwing it 17% of the time, 85 mile an hour with some downward bite to it. It's like a Junis slider.
His season high is 10. He struck out 10 Yankees on the 26th of April. And tonight is the 3rd time he has had 8 or more strikeouts. One and one on Escobar. He is grounded out to second and grounded out to short. 2-1.
I was just looking out there. You see the guy with the clipboard, Eddie Gordado, in his 4th year as the bullpen coach. I saw him raise both arms to Molitor. He raised both arms up there, and that tells him they're ready. Or one of them is ready. They look like the left-hander.
Still throwing 95. Yep. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's not just Gibson, it's the entire Minnesota pitching staff. Paul Molitor's starters strikeouts are way up, and when they were winning division after division, they were mostly contact pitchers. Had a really good defense. Adrianza on a close play gets Escobar. 2 down. And now Gibson is 1 out away from 7 scoreless innings. Pitch third. That's the most he's had in a half inning. And he's had a 9-pitch inning. That was a 1-2-3-4. Butera skies it to left field, and Rosario is there, and that'll do it. 7 scoreless innings for Kyle Gibson, and at the end of 7 it is still 1-0 Minnesota.
Also, some issues offensively like last night.
Yeah, missed some few opportunities last night. Same here tonight. Royals played great defense. Danny Duffy, nice job. But so far, Kyle Gibson's been the story.
All right, we'll see if it stays that way. We'll be here to talk about it coming up after the game on Boulevard Royals Live. And Ryan, I should mention, I bumped into former Chief and NFL Hall of Famer Bobby Bell. It pains me to say it, but he too, a former Minnesota Golden Gopher and All-American there.
Does Joe not have pride for your school?
What's so painful about that?
Right.
Well, his school doesn't have a baseball team anymore. So. Yep. Kyle Gibson has 7 scoreless innings tonight with 8 strikeouts, so he's done. The Royals will be in Minnesota's bullpen in the bottom of the 8th, and Brian Flynn is a Chevy call to the bullpen in the top of the 8th.
All right. Maybe it could be Flynn to win. Let's see if he can hold him down right here. Offense come around. Pound that zone with a hard, heavy, sinking fastball slider. Good combination.
Danny Duffy went 6 and gave up 1 run. Kevin McCarthy pitched a scoreless 7th inning with a couple of strikeouts. 2-1 on Eddie Rosario. He has 2 singles tonight, and that gets his average up to 303. He's another player in the game tonight who's had an excellent May, and now he has a 3-hit game, and he's digging for third. No, not this time. He'll stop at first base. Go ahead, Hud, finish it off.
I think my tank's about empty. What do we got? One more?
Ball one on Miguel Sano. Way back in the 3rd inning, Minnesota loaded the bases with 1 out. Sano hit a ground ball base hit to left. Adrianza scored. Alex scored and threw out Brian Dozier. And that's it. Very high to right field. And Soler makes the play. What is he doing tonight?
He's excited to be out there. He has good of speed. He's aggressive, but tonight maybe on one play too aggressive. But he was tagging on that play. I think he has something.
Routine fly ball to right.
He has something against Soler.
Maybe they're buddies and he'd mess with him.
That's
tonight.
very possible. But he's faking like he's going to run too. He's got energy.
Eduardo Escobar has popped to short, struck out and walked. Two and 0. Looks like it'll be Addison Reed coming out of the Minnesota bullpen, and the Royals will have the top of the order in the 8th.
Oh.
Keep that ball away from Addison Reed. And Alex Gordon does. Rosario will tag on this one.
Whew. That launch angle was just enough. Look at Alex. He was ready to climb that fence if he had to. 41.2 launch angle. Those usually don't make it out of the park that high. 37, 38 is about the highest I've seen this year. But, you know, that would have been out at some parks. A lot of parks.
Would have been out of here with a little different wind.
Exactly.
Right now it's blowing in from right. Kepler against Duffy was 0 for 3. Able to check his swing. 2 and 0. So Reed is ready to go, just standing and waiting. With the count 2 and 0, and we showed you how good Kepler has been this year against lefties. Maybe Drew Butera is going to go out there and say, okay, what do you want to do here? Behind in the count. Grossman is on deck. He's a switch hitter. He is a better hitter as a right-hand batter. So a little strategy chat. Way outside, 3 balls and no strikes. 4-pitch walk, and they were going to pitch around him. That pitch missed, and Drew Butera pointed his glove at Flynn and said, that's exactly what we wanted to do. Don't give him anything good to hit. If he wants to chase, let him. And now a fresh count.
That's respect. You don't usually see that. Left-handers are brought in the game to face left-handed batters. Grossman, he's not an easy out either. He's been tough off of Duffy tonight, and he has been better right-handed this year. 358 compared to 215 from the left side.
And that skips back to the screen and puts 2 runners in scoring position for Grossman. A wild pitch charged to Brian Flynn.
That's a good downhill angle. Just a little bit too steep, though.
On the ground to Escobar. So it wasn't easy, but Flynn gets the job done. And the Royals come up in the bottom of the 8th, trailing 1-0. To the game, I'll bet they left home. They were ready for 91, 92 degrees. Well, we had a 25-minute rain delay because of a thunderstorm, and it was 70 degrees at first pitch, so it's been a pleasant night. And now the Royals come up in the bottom of the 8th, down 1-0.
Okay. I'm going to give you one last guess, and this could be it. It may not be, but we can't go out swinging and missing and striking out. We have 1 strike. How about Jack Morris? Okay.
Heck of an effort, Hud.
3 of them. I knew he won for 2. I forgot about Toronto.
Addison Reed, the losing pitcher in Game 5 of the 2015 World Series. 2-0 on John Jay.
Talk about a crossfire. Check him out. 91 to 95. Crossfire. He got a slider changeup. But when I say crossfire, he steps towards his dugout and then throws across his body.
Base hit center field. John Jay has 2 more hits tonight. That's the 3rd time he's been on base. It's the third time in the last 4 innings the Royals have had their leadoff man on.
There again, once inside, he's not trying to turn on it. It's his bottom hand that's leading and doing all the damage. That bottom hand, top hand follow.
Witt is 1 for 3 with a 3rd inning single. Strike on Witt. That base hit for John Jay, that gives him 42 in May, and that's the most for a Royal since 1982, when Hal McRae had 42 hits in May. And now he's taken off. The Royals were trying a hit and run. Yeah, Fan made a nice grab. John Jay, by the way, in 1982 was still in the on-deck circle.
Okay.
Still 0-2 on Witt. John Jay was born in 1985. Speaking of World Series championships,
outfield shifting right now as we're speaking. They're moving to the opposite field for Whitley. You know, the outfielders move on their own. They don't always move because the coach tells them to move. They can tell what the pitcher's trying to do to the hitter and how the hitter's behind the ball. And Whitley's fouled a couple off to the right side here, and they're moving that way. They go on instinct a lot. Man, Reed's tough tonight.
1 on, 1 out. Tonight's copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Kansas City Royals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Kansas City Royals Baseball Club. Ryan Lefevre with Rex Hudler, along with Joel Goldberg, Jeff Montgomery, director Steve Kurtenbach, our producer Kevin Cedergren, and our associate producers Al Broughton, Sam Abramson, Dave Holtzman, and Casey Carter. Way inside on Mike Moustakas. Moustakas led off the 6th inning with a double. And then with 1 out, he went to 3rd on a pass ball, but Gibson buckled down and struck out Soler, and then got Dozier on a line out to left. The Royals have not had many scoring opportunities tonight. And now a cracked bat and a base hit into right center. John Jay will make the turn. And there are runners at 1st and 3rd with 1 out.
Excellent read by John Jay, who practices every day during batting practice, running the bases off of live hitting in BP. That's the same as taking balls live off the bat in the outfield. He's ready. Jam shot. He knew it. Everybody else knew it. Dozier, the second baseman, he tried to deke him and hold his glove like he was going to catch it. Jay knew all along he was going all the way to 3rd base. Good instincts.
Salvador Perez has driven in the most runs in the American League this month. He is 0 for 3 tonight. And he's hit by a pitch and stares at Addison Reed. Quite sure Reed didn't want to do that. Load the bases with 1 out.
Don't think so.
Really actually missed the target. That pitch was supposed to be down and away.
Clipped him.
It's the bottom of the 8th. So the Royals can't walk off here. However, the Twins have had their hearts broken all year. They have suffered 7 walk-off losses this year. That's the most in the major leagues by 2, 5 of which on home runs. So again, even though it's the 8th inning, they have been there, done that in the later innings. And now, after 7 brilliant innings by Gibson, the bases are loaded with 1 out. There's the sac fly zones. Green and beyond, good for Soler. Red and in, good for Minnesota. Ball 1 outside to Soler.
Kepler, right fielder's got a good throwing arm. So does Rosario in left. Lamar in center. Haven't seen him play enough.
Two balls and no strikes. This is Soler's first career at bat against Addison Reed.
We know he'll take a walk, but he'd much rather put the ball in play somewhere in the outfield where there's green grass. Leads
3-0.
Leads the Royals with 24 walks.
What do you do? I mean, it's easy to say take a pitch, but Reed might throw one right down the middle of the plate here.
I'm saying go for it.
Probably not the pitch he was looking for.
No. It's all right. He's still in the driver's seat. Same spot here. Dozier's on deck. They know it. Younger, not as accomplished player as Soler, even though Soler is 26 years young. Got some pop.
Well, that was ball 4.
Out of the chase. That's a good spot. Really. Don't want to get hurt. 1's better than 4.
He takes ball 4. And the Royals tie the game on a bases loaded walk, and there's still only 1 out. So all that work by Kyle Gibson, who has gotten very little run support this year. He only got 1 tonight. And out of all that, he will get a no decision. Garvin Alston, the Minnesota pitching coach, is going to go out and chat with Reed. This was on Saturday in Seattle. Mike Zunino with a walk-off home run against Minnesota. Gary Sanchez at Yankee Stadium. Former Twin Carlos Gomez with a modest walk-off home run. But again, it's only the 8th inning, but Minnesota's had a lot of heartbreak in later innings. Slider for a strike to Hunter Dozier.
Addison Reed, he's been through this before. He's in his 7th year in the majors.
Dozier's due for a huge hit.
He is,
isn't he?
I totally agree.
Moustakas is the runner at 3rd. Kepler makes the catch, and the throw, well, can't bank on it, skipping to the catcher up the line. So Reed was fortunate there, both with the depth of the fly ball and the runner at 3rd.
Dozier had the right idea, but just got up underneath it too much. No chance. lousy single right here would do the job.
We will see Herrera in the top of the 9th inning. Strike to Alex. He is 1 for 3 with a single. 1 for 5 with the bases loaded this year. He has 3 career grand slams. Oh, and 2.
Two fastballs, one on the outside part, one on the inside part. I bet he stays in with a heater. No, slide her down, try to get him to chase. Garver doing a nice job. Look at that. That's what you want to do. Keep it right in front of you. Don't want to give anybody any ideas on your watch that the ball's going to get by you. Of course, it helps he knows what's coming.
Strikes him out, so it could have been a lot worse for Minnesota. The Royals tie the game on a bases loaded walk, but then Reed gets a shallow fly out to right and a strikeout to hold the Royals to 1. Brought to you by Ford, going further so you can. Minnesota got a run in the top of the 3rd inning. The Royals just tied it in the bottom of the 8th. Kelvin Herrera will get the lower 3rd of the Minnesota order. No walks in 19 2/3 innings. If you go back to last year, he has not walked a batter in his last 28 innings. That's the longest active streak in baseball.
It's tremendous. I mean to tell you, he is meaning nothing but business here. Fastball, slider, changeup. Here it comes. And he's just not throwing cookie balls either. He's been locating. This is as good as we've ever seen him. Mid to upper 90s. Changeup 88, 89. Extremely confident.
Garver has struck out twice and he has walked. 0-2.
What a tremendous right arm. That shoulder's solid rock. He's in good condition. He learned from a lot of those relievers that came before him. Holland, Wade Davis, Hochaver. Think about that. I watch these guys in the tunnel all the time, walking in these ballparks, and they're all throwing the medicine ball around. They're all working their core. I mean, every day to stay strong.
Base hit right field. Soler looked like he wanted to come up throwing.
Watch every out-of-market regular season game live at home, in the office, or on the go with MLB.tv. Your subscription includes MLB At Bat Premium, allowing you to watch live baseball on your favorite supported devices. Blackouts and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details.
Byron Buxton will run for Garver. And Adrianza will bat left-handed. He has a hit as a left-hand batter tonight. He has a hit as a right-hand batter tonight. Trying to bunt. Whew. A little bit high, I guess.
Looked like a good spot up in the zone, but that's a tough one to get down. Probably the toughest one. Watch out.
He has one sacrifice bunt this year. That time, Adrianza squared around a bunt very early. So I don't know if he's trying to get set up, or, as you said, maybe trying to con the Royals into thinking he's going to bunt.
Looks suspicious to me. It's difficult. It's almost easier to put the bat on the ball, but they're going to let him bunt.
Kelvin is not convinced. Buxton, who has spent a lot of time on the disabled list, is 5 out of 5. He is playing with a broken toe, broken left big toe. That's a strike. 1-1. Logan Morrison is going to bat for Ryan Lamar.
Buxton had 29 steals last year. He's not afraid to, if he can get a jump. Herrera's quick home, and he'll probably stay firm fastball.
Herrera, the play is to first. Merrifield is covering. So Buxton goes to second.
Did him a favor. Easiest pitch to bunt. A changeup. 85. Look at that, and it's up.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wonder if they thought he was going to be swinging away.
Well, it's a good thing he wasn't, because the location of that 85 was dangerous.
And now Logan Morrison. He was at first base for Minnesota last night and was 0 for 3 with a couple of walks, and that dropped his average down to 196. He has not had a great deal of success in the past as a pinch hitter, but he does have 4 home runs. And he has tremendous speed down at second base. Man, Herrera not very happy with that call, and going to go for a little stroll behind the mound. Had a couple pitches in this inning that have been close. I mean, not gone his way.
Where do you got to throw it? That's right down the middle.
So it looks like if nothing changes, we'll see Trevor Hildenberger again. Minnesota takes the lead. Fernando Rodney.
Notice he wasn't even throwing from the rubber.
If they take the lead, he will be. 97 on that fastball. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the Kansas City kid, Logan Morrison. Drew Butera requested time. He put down a sign and then maybe had some second thoughts and wants to go through the signs again. .98 under the chin. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Tough job, man. Toughest in the world, especially this time of the game. Pinch hitting off their closer.
Into right field. Soler makes a play. Buxton tags. He's going to go for it. So he's at third with 2 down.
Off the end of the bat. Buxton, look at him. After he takes his first 2 or 3 steps, he was running with his head completely turned to right field just to see if he needed to change gears or not. And Buxton can change gears. He's got about 3 of them.
Well, Dozier 2 out of 8 against Herrera. He is 0 for 3 with a walk tonight. Fouled back at 97 miles an hour. In the bottom of the 9th, it'll be Escobar, Butera, and Jay. That was the difference in the game last night, hitting with runners in scoring position. And now it's 0-2. Last night, Minnesota was 5 out of 11 with runners in scoring position. The Royals were 4 out of 19. .99 miles an hour, 1-2. On the ground to Moustakas. And we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Royals would love to ruin Minnesota's night again. It is 1-1. reached the bottom of the 9th inning and hit in the number 9 spot. And Byron Buxton will stay in the game in center field. Trevor Hildenberger. He came on in the 7th inning last night, gave up a double to John Jay, then got a ground out, and that was it. 1 hit, 1/3 of an inning, and he'll get Escobar, Butera, and John Jay.
Hildenberger, he's got a couple different arm angles, 88 to 94. Slider, changeup. But he's mainly sinker. He's given up 5 home runs. Just 1 to left-handed batters. The others have come off of righties.
Two 2-0 on Escobar. Royals did not have a single run for the first 7 innings. They only had 5 hits. And then John Jay led off the 8th with a single with 1 out. Mike Moustakas singled, and that's what got the inning going. That put runners at 1st and 3rd with 1 out. Salvador Perez was hit by a pitch. 2-1 on Escobar. Jorge Soler walked with the bases loaded. That tied the game, and the Royals still had the bases loaded with 1 out, but Addison Reed, even with the blown save, was able to get Dozier to fly out to shallow right, and then he struck out Gordon. Escobar back through the middle, and the winning run is on with nobody out.
There's a different arm angle. He dropped down, but he left it elevated right up the middle. Didn't fool Escobar one bit. Hit it with a.
Drew Butera, in case you're wondering about a bunt, does not have a sacrifice bunt this year, and only 5 in his career.
Well, wouldn't be a bad idea though here, because you got the hottest hitter in the month of May in the on-deck circle.
And you take the bat out of his hands though, Butera bunts?
Well, then it's up to the meat of the order. You got Merrifield, Moose, you know, just all depends. We'll see what Ned wants to do.
Be a tough guy to bunt too.
Yeah, he's got a left-hander down there ready to go. Molly does.
That left-hander might be ready for Mike Moustakas. We'll see. 2-0.
Now
He's got a lot of Twins out of position here.
Sure does.
Anticipating the bunt. You change the strategy here?
How about a butcher boy? Escobar, the third baseman, is breathing down Drew's throat. I mean, he's coming in there. It would be pull back and just play a little bit of pepper. Of course, not a lot of modern day players know the game of pepper.
3-0. Well, this could work out great. You could have 2 on, nobody out, and then you have to pitch to John Jay.
So if you're Drew, you know what? Maybe you take a strike.
Probably still show bunt to be a distraction. He does, and it's 3-1.
So when you're bunting like that, you're leaning over the plate. You're getting a good look at the pitches. So he's seen 4 pitches now, and he's getting a good look at them. And if he swing that bat, swing it, hit a double down the left field line.
Gets the bunt down, and it spins foul. Ground ball to third. Out at second, and a double play. Just what Minnesota wanted. So back from 3-0, Hildenberger gets a 5-4-3 double play. And that's what Ned Yost wanted to avoid when he had Butera swing away.
Yeah, and you know, had he pulled it a little bit harder, he could have gotten that double by him, but it didn't work.
Two more hits for John Jay tonight, giving him 42 this month.
That's a slow changeup. It's got a little sinking action to it.
0-2.
Wow. A couple in a row.
Just nicked it foul. That was ground ball double play number 56 hit by the Royals this year, leading the major leagues.
Don't believe Kyle Gibson got one of them, did he?
1-2 on John Jay. Jason Adam getting ready for Rosario, Sano, and Escobar. And Jay strikes out for the first time in a long time. First time in 32 consecutive plate appearances. To the 10th, tied at 1. AT&T, the official sponsor of Extra Innings. And that's where we're headed. Tied at 1. Minnesota got a run in the third. Alex Gordon right now, the difference in the game, throwing out Brian Dozier at the plate. What could have been a 2-run base hit for Sano.
84th in his career assist. Beautiful throw.
And then the Royals in the bottom of the 8th loaded the bases with 1 out. Jorge Soler took ball 4. They still had the bases loaded with 1 out. And Reed held the Royals right there. And now Jason Adam, who spent some time in Minnesota's farm system, is waiting on his catcher.
Yep. 250 average against. He's given up 3. Butera had a little equipment adjustment or something. Adam, good power fastball. He's mid-90s, maybe a little bit above that. Overhand curve change. And the last time he towed the slab, he didn't have the other two. He just had the heater. Curveball wasn't working, changeup wasn't, and he got the job done. Happens. It was a good learning lesson for Adam in Texas in the 8th inning.
2-0 on Rosario, who already has 3 hits tonight. Two and one.
Some nice life to that fastball.
Into the left field corner and foul. Rosario's used the whole field tonight. He has singled to left, he has singled to right, and he has singled to right center field. Speaking of got hope, waiting all night for a souvenir. He got it in the 10th inning.
Show it to mom and dad.
Three and two. Sano is on deck.
Yeah, you can see it. I'll just let you hold it for a little bit.
May have chased ball 4. Adam throws over to first to get Rosario.
Yeah, another heater out of the zone. Front shoulder just pulling out just a tad on Adam tonight. He's not able to keep that shoulder directed down towards Butera's glove. North and south. Shoulder comes out, goes a little bit west, the ball goes east.
Sano very high to center field. He is 1 for 5. 2 down in the 10th inning. And if Escobar can get the sleeve off of his bat, he'll come up with 2 outs. He cannot bat with the sleeve, but he'll use the dirt for a little extra leverage. He is 0 for 3 with a walk. In the bottom of the 10th, the Royals have Merrifield, Moustakas, and Perez. If anybody gets on, Soler. Jason Adam was traded to Minnesota in 2014 for Josh Willingham and ended up only pitching in 2 games in the Minnesota system before his injured elbow. Got Escobar on the foot. It did. He is on with 2 down. Willingham's greatest contribution after the trade. The Royals were down 7-6 in the 9th inning in the wild card game, and it was his single leading off the 9th that tied the game eventually. The Royals tying the game in that inning. And Jason Adam missed all of 2015 and 2016, and then was in the Padres organization and then back to the Royals organization in 2017. Kepler gets a fastball at 95.
Kind of figured it was that pitch that hit Escobar there was that his breaking ball, because it looked like it. No, he didn't have a curveball in his last outing in Texas. Really needs that pitch.
0-2 on Kepler.
Especially, you know what? I mean, the Rangers, they're a home run hitting team. But when a hitter knows that you can only throw that heater for your strike at this level, you better have good command with it.
One and two. I will preface many questions with Ned Yost and say I might be reading too much into this, and oftentimes he'll say, yep, you're reading too much into it. But I really felt like Drew Butera deserves some credit when he told Adam to shake his head a couple of times before that last pitch to Joey Gallo. Gallo swung and missed at a fastball, and that time when I asked Ned about it before the game yesterday, he said no, absolutely, he really believes that got in Gallo's head, and he was late on the fastball, and that got Adam through that inning with just one pitch. Got the feeling that the Rangers recognized that he was down to his fastball, and Gallo was having good swings. It was a long at bat, and then at the very end, Drew Butera was shaking his head, meaning he wanted Jason Adam to do the same. Jason wasn't shaking off signs. He was just trying to play a mind game with Gallo, and sure enough, he got a fastball right by him.
It works.
And the count goes from 0-2 to 3-2, and now the added advantage for Minnesota with Escobar running. There it was right before that pitch. Drew Butera shook his head, and Jason Adam was faking as though he was shaking off signs, but that was the big matchup. Adam and Gallo.
And that was his first cut your teeth moment to hold a lead there in the 8th.
Escobar runs, and that's ball 4. And now it'll be Grossman with 2 on and 2 out. At least by the numbers, this is Grossman's weaker side of the plate. And this will be his first at bat as a left-hand hitter tonight. He had 3 plate appearances against Duffy and 1 against Flynn. Escobar is at second, Kepler's at first with 2 outs and nobody on. Twins got a hit batter and a walk. Little bit outside, ball 1.
It almost looks like he's guiding the ball instead of just throwing it. He looks like he's guiding it a little bit, and he's missing away on most of his pitches.
Two 2-0. And now the fans become a bit restless. I'm not saying that pitch is right down the middle of the plate, but Ned Yost and the Royals feel like there's been a few. Herrera had a couple that are just right on that boundary and going the hitter's way.
Get back in there.
Bases loaded with 2 down. A hit batter and now back-to-back walks. That last walk was on 4 straight. And now Cal Eldred is going to go out and have a chat. Well, we were just talking about his outing in Texas. I mean, he doesn't have to go that far to reference an inning where he was down to 1 pitch and he got out of it. And this is all psychology right here. I don't imagine there's any talk about front shoulder or stride or pitch selection. This is, Cal Eldred has Jason Adam on his couch in the psychologist's office trying to find the right words to get him back on track.
I would agree. Probably telling him to get Buxton to pop it out just like you did Gallo to get out of that inning in Texas.
And now Buxton, a 159 hitter, came on as a pinch runner last inning. A little bit inside. He's had a few pitches where he's not even been close. He's had quite a few where he has just missed. And when you're all over the place or you miss by quite a bit, sometimes you don't get the just missed. But he gets through it.
There's the pop-up.
He had him all the way.
Come on, Whitley.
1-1 tie to the bottom of the 10th. Batter, a walk, another walk, but he ended up getting out of it, getting a fly ball from Buxton with the bases loaded. Tomorrow at 7:15, Brad Keller will make his first major league start and will be opposed by Minnesota's top pitching prospect, Fernando Romero, with a 1.88 ERA in his first 5 major league starts.
Ooh, man, he's a stuff guy. Be ready. Turn that bat up, tune it up. He's a hard thrower. So is Keller. This could be fun.
Second inning for Trevor Hildenberger. Witt is 1 for 4 with a 3rd inning single.
With Hildenberger dropping down like that, it makes it tough on the righty to keep your shoulder in there.
Off the end of the bat, race to the base, and Hildenberger gets there just in front of Witt.
Oh man, down. In Hildenberger, he knew who was running. He took a perfect route right there, right on contact. Look at him busting right to the base. Didn't take the exact route he wanted to, but he couldn't there. He had to go directly to the bag. He liked to go up, start up the line a little bit and go, but ball wasn't hit to the first baseman when he was playing back. Sano did a good job.
Mike Moustakas has 2 hits. Easy play for Escobar. 2 down. Hildenberger got around a leadoff single in the 9th inning, and then Drew Butera was up there to bunt, but Hildenberger fell behind 3-0. So he was 1 pitch away from 2 on and nobody out, but he battled back to a full count, and then he got a ground ball double play from Butera and ended up only facing 3.
I was going to say, let's see if Salvi can get a floater. That's the floater right there at 79. That's the one he wanted. Loves the ball middle in and is a great mistake hitter.
Hold on the ground to Escobar. And the Royals go down quickly and quietly in the 10th inning. 5 pitches for Trevor Hildenberger. On to the 11th. City is brought to you by AT the official sponsor of Extra Innings. It is the 11th in a 1-1 tie. Scott Barlow, who was called up yesterday, will pitch the top of the 11th inning. He threw 95 pitches last Wednesday, and there was some talk about him following up Brad Keller tomorrow. Keller is going to be limited to about 55 pitches tomorrow, but got to deal with first things first. And a 1-1 tie in the 11th inning. He'll pitch to Adrianza, Wilson, and Dozier.
Good live fastball. And that big curve. Also, we'll work in a changeup.
Hard late breaking slider. 1 ball, 1 strike on Adrianza.
90-mile-an-hour slider is impressive.
Hooking into the right field corner. Foul. He does not have a home run this year, and that sounded like a cannon blast off of his bat.
Sure did.
I don't think anyone was expecting that. But it is just a long, loud strike. Too bad he's not at Fenway Park.
That's a pesky pole homer.
He does have 2 hits tonight, and he scored the Minnesota run way back in the 3rd inning. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Barlow made his big league debut back on April the 30th at Boston. 3 innings. Struck out his first hitter, Christian Vasquez. And he gets a ground ball out to Witt. Good start to the 11th inning, 1 down. Time for the showstopper. This is Michael Brantley facing Lucas Giolito. Just over the wall in center field, and extends his hitting streak to 18 games.
Engel didn't even put his glove up. He jumped, but he didn't put his glove up.
Cleveland ended up winning that game 7-3. So they're starting to warm up a little bit. They're 3 games over 500. It's early. I'm sure Minnesota is aware of that. They are 4 games back. 1-1 on Bobby Wilson. This is his first at bat. Long time backup catcher.
Yep, he's done a nice job. Says he's happy for getaway day and Sunday day games. That's when he gets to play.
Chops it out to Escobar. Bobby Wilson was signed out of junior college 16 years ago.
Yeah, wow. Yep, he broke in with the Angels in 08. Good for him. He said he never thought he'd get 6. He's in his 7th. No, he's in his 6th year this year. Never thought he'd get this much time in.
Brian Dozier 0 for 4 with a walk. Barlow stays away from him. Dozier is a pull hitter. Minnesota is a pull hitting team, but Brian Dozier is the ultimate pull hitter. Had a surprising RBI single to the opposite field last night. Very few base hits to the opposite field this year.
So when I had my conversation with him today, I asked him that question as well. Do you read all of the sabermetrics that's out there on you? There's a ton of a list, positive and negative. He says, no, I stopped that a couple years ago. He goes, it's too much. He goes, I'm going to go out and play my game. I mean, I got here this far. I'm not going to study those numbers because they put negative thoughts in my head. And you know, you can overthink the game.
It looked like Barlow and Butera wanted any part of Dozier there. So he's on with 2 down, and now it's Eddie Rosario. Rosario has 3 singles. 1 to left, 1 to right, and 1 to right center field. That is deep to right field, or maybe not. Oh, I thought he got it more of that, and right on the line, Soler makes a foul ball catch. So Barlow pitches a scoreless top of the 11th. Vision. That little guy was competing there for a moment, staying up late. And when he's 25 or older, he can attend Royals alumni batting practice. June 9th from 8 a.m. until noon. He'll take batting practice here at Kauffman Stadium with Royals alumni. There will be a light breakfast, shorts, and a t-shirt. Take BP, take some ground balls, take some fly balls, have a great time. It is an excellent Father's Day gift. And if you're interested, give the Royals a call. Here is Matt McGill, a rookie in his first year with the Minnesota organization. And he's had a good year so far. But the last time he was on the mound was Saturday at Seattle, and he gave up a walk-off home run to Mike Zunino. 1-1 against Jorge Soler.
Okay, now he's careful with that fastball in the outer half. Low to mid 90s with the fastball, slider, curve change. Slider might be his best pitch.
Soler going for it all.
Looks like a pretty lively fastball to me. .28 years young, 6'3", 210.
2 balls, 2 strikes. McGill pitched briefly with the Dodgers in 13, his original organization, and with the Reds 2 years ago. Wow. Well, normally we'd say close enough, but the last couple innings it has not gone both ways. That is not a strike. Hunter Dozier is 1 for 4 with a double.
You said he was due for a big hit. How about your first career homer via walk-off?
Oh, you like to have that one back. 1 ball, 1 strike. I said that when he batted in the 8th inning. The Royals had just tied the game with a bases loaded walk. And Dozier came up with the bases loaded, 1 out, and flied to right, but it was too shallow to advance the runner Mike Moustakas. And then Addison Reed got a strikeout to get out of that inning. Two down.
McGill tied him up. Looks like he's going fastball. Steady fastballs here. It's a 4-seamer. Like it has a little bit of rising action, it appears.
Alex Gordon launches it to center field, and Buxton has room. Boy, that sounded good off the bat. The wind is blowing in, by the way, and the temperature has dropped about 24 degrees from early evening. So we go to the 12th. schedule portion of May. Then a lot of games against the AL West. The A's will be here. Then the Royals will go to the Angels and Oakland. And then the next homestand, the Astros. And then the following road trip, the Astros. So quite a few games coming up against the AL West. Miguel Sano takes a slider for a strike. This is the second inning for Scott Barlow. He faced 4, worked around a 2-out walk. It'll be Sano, Escobar, and Kepler in the 12th inning. Danny Duffy went 6. He gave up 1 run. And then McCarthy, Flynn, Herrera, Adam, and Barlow have all pitched 1 scoreless inning. 1-2 on Miguel Sano. He drove in Minnesota's run way back in the 3rd inning. Came very close to driving in 2 with that base hit, but Alex Gordon threw out Brian Dozier at the plate. Strikeout for Barlow.
Nicely done. Barlow's using his secondary pitches. He's confident in them, and he's got some nice action to it. That's a snappy. Well, that's a good downward break. Good job by Butera, smothering it and keeping it in front.
And it's his 2nd major league strikeout. And this is switch hitting Eduardo Escobar. Got a strike in the lower portion of the strike zone, or maybe beyond.
I like the break to it.
Both teams at the moment appear to be in whale away, try and end it with 1 swing mode.
Yep.
A 3-pitch strikeout for Barlow and 2 down.
Barlow, man, he's looking like a seasoned veteran out there.
Well, it's very rare for a team to offer a major league contract to a pitcher who's never pitched in the major leagues. And Scott Barlow, out of the Dodgers organization, was a minor league free agent, no major league experience, and the Royals gave him a big league contract, meaning he's on the 40-man roster. This is his 2nd stint in the big leagues. Former 6th-round pick of the Dodgers 7 years ago. You know where he was going if he didn't sign out of high school?
I saw that. He was going to be a Bulldog.
That's right.
Like Aaron Judge.
Fresno State, HUD's hometown.
Yeah, and a good baseball program there. They got a title. They got a title in 08. But good for him. He's looking good. What's impressing me is he's using his breaking ball, that curve and slider, first pitch. He has confidence in it. He's getting it over for strikes. Finished
Yep.
it. Believe it.
And he strikes out the side, so he gets the defense right back into the dugout. Down goes Sano, Escobar, and Kepler. And then a 3-batter, 3-strikeout 12th. Tied at 1. Alcides Escobar leads off in a walk-off inning for the second time. He led off the 9th with a single and then was erased when Butera grounded into a double play. 2 balls, no strikes. This is Matt McGill's second inning. He had 2 strikeouts in a 1-2-3 11th. Eske taking all the way, and that pitch was well located. 2-1. On the Minnesota side, Kyle Gibson was excellent tonight. He pitched 7 scoreless innings with 8 strikeouts and only 1 walk. Escobar grounds it out to Adrianza. Over to Sano, 1 away. And then Addison Reed gave up the game-tying run in the 8th inning and still buckled down. I mean, it could have been a lot worse for him after he walked in the tying run. The Royals still had the bases loaded with 1 out, but Reed got a shallow fly ball to right and a strikeout. Then Hildenberger went 2, and this is McGill's second inning.
One of the best outings I've ever seen from Kyle Gibson. Just his demeanor, the way he looked confident. He used his fastball a lot.
Sano will take it himself. 2 down in the 12th. John Jay has 2 more hits, and he's been on base 3 times. He struck out in his last at bat, and he had one of the longest active streaks without a strikeout going before that. 32 consecutive plate appearances.
It's good for him to keep getting some at bats in this extra inning game. Give him a chance to add to that hit total for the month.
Oh, out to Escobar. And again, the Royals go down quickly and quietly against McGill. That was a 7-pitch inning. To the 13th, tied at 1.
Ned Yost has to be pretty pleased with his bullpen. Hey, our dude getting the job done. McCarthy throwing that hard sinker. Flynn, he says, you know what? I can use my defense. Herrera came in, did his thing, used the defense. Adam got done again with a pop-up. Barlow here, taking control with his breaking ball. He's still in.
Thankfully, everybody's all right, I think. That thing hit the padding as it went into the dugout suite.
Ball in the field.
It'll be Grossman, Buxton, and Adrianza. 0-2. Grossman has walked twice, otherwise 0 for 3. Chased the first one, so Barlow goes even lower. Mentioned Barlow threw 95 pitches on Wednesday, so Ned Yost can run him out there for 5-6 innings tonight if he needs to. He has struck out 4 in a row.
Nicely done. He's using his secondary pitches so effectively that he's able to sneak it by him when he needs to. And a real nice outing opportunity for him to build confidence. He'll love that. Look at him. He looks like a seasoned vet tonight.
And a strike to Buxton.
A lot of first pitch breaking balls.
Oh, and 2. Buxton made the final out against Jason Adam in a sticky 10th inning, flying out to left field with the bases loaded. Buxton was not in the starting lineup tonight. He went on the disabled list in April with migraines, and then when he was on a rehab assignment, he fouled a ball off of his left foot and broke his toe, which is not completely healed yet. There's a big guard right on top of his left foot. And it's all about pain tolerance. It's not going to get any worse. It will continue to heal even though he's playing on it. Just a matter of whether he can play through the pain or not.
That's right.
5 strikeouts in a row.
Stay hot. Heavy on the breaker, but I'll tell you what, he's starting that pitch out just above the knee, and it looks to the hitter, and they've never seen him before, obviously. It looks like it's a fastball, and they can't pick up the spin on it. It's got really a nice spin rate.
And a breaking ball in for a strike to Adrianza, who almost put Minnesota in front with a home run in the 11th inning against Barlow, but just hooked it foul. Right to Alex Gordon. Scott Barlow has 3 scoreless innings. And now the Royals have Merrifield, Moustakas, and Perez coming up in the bottom of the 13th.
Get him the win.
3 scoreless innings. He has retired 7 in a row, and in the middle of that, he struck out 5 in a row.
Very impressive work. 36 pitches. The slider curveball combination. Hard to tell which one's which. But we'll figure it out before much longer we get to see him. He's got a changeup he's mixing in as well. Impressive. 4-pitch mix we've seen from him.
So Merrifield, Moustakas, and Perez in the 13th.
Set the table up here. Get him on, get him over, get him in.
2-0 against Matt McGill, who is also trying to go 3 innings. And he's been impressive. He has faced 6 and retired 6. Way upstairs, 3 balls and no strikes. McGill's longest outing this year is 2 1/3 innings. And that was his first game way back on April the 29th. Since then, he's had 2 2-inning appearances and then 2 innings again tonight. And Witt takes ball 4, and a borderline call goes the Royals' way for a change.
How about it? And with that walk, he ties Soler for the team lead with 24. Well, you know what he's got on his mind now. You wonder if Mitch Garver, catching McGill, is wondering the same thing. Is he going to try to steal on me?
Not running, and way upstairs to Mike Moustakas.
And that kind of combination usually works out well for the hitter, especially Moose is a fastball hitter. The quickest pitch home is the fastball, so you can give the catcher some time to throw out the runner. So Moose can be looking for that. Dead red.
I would imagine he would like to give Moustakas the chance to swing the bat. Remember that game against the Angels in mid-April, and he got on and tried to steal right away, and Mike Moustakas never got a chance to swing the bat, and the game ended.
So just the fact that you're over there, that's all you need to do. You don't have to steal the game. I mean, steal to get into scoring position, because if you do, then even with nobody out, Molitor might be a little bit leery of Moose and walk him intentionally. Salvi on deck. But sometimes that comes from the dugout, from the bench, and will tell Mitch Meyer, the first base coach.
Moustakas hits it deep to left field, and Merrifield was halfway. And he knows that that was not the place to be. He was ready to try and go to third, if not further, if that ball was not caught.
Yeah, a little too far. He drifted off, and he couldn't make up his mind right there. And typically, he has excellent judgment and good instincts. And as much air as it had underneath him, he probably couldn't have scored anyway if the ball hits off the wall.
Now we'll see if he runs. Not going. And Salvi fouls it at the plate. Well, there's 2 ways to look at it. I mean, that's an easy tag if he's at first base. But if the ball drops or it's not caught, he's at third base with nobody out.
Yeah, and the way what a runner like Whitley looks for is the outfielder. How does he look? Does he look like he's going to camp under it? Is he running back with urgency? That's when he makes his decision. You can't always tell by the flight of the ball. You watch the fielder. He's got a pretty good track on it.
Inside on Salvi, 1 ball, 1 strike. He is without a hit so far tonight. He was hit by a pitch in the 8th inning, and that loaded the bases with 1 out. And then Addison Reed walked Jorge Soler. John Jay scored. That tied the game at 1, and here we are now 1-1 in the bottom of the 13th.
You try to pitch him in hard, but sometimes you miss.
Caught by Dozier. So a fly ball to the warning track in left, and now a line drive for an out. And McGill does not appear to be as sharp in this inning as he was in the 11th and the 12th, but so far it hasn't hurt him. Jorge Soler has the RBI with a bases loaded walk in the 8th inning. Twins have also struck him out 3 times tonight. Had a good swing. Hoping to bust out of a slump. He is just 6 for his last 55. One of those hits was an impressive home run in the 9th inning last night against Fernando Rodney. Trying to pitch him up again. 1 ball, 1 strike. McGill still not convinced that Merrifield won't take off. It has been 10 games since Merrifield's last stolen base. Not going. The pitch was out of the strike zone and fouled away by Soler.
Yep, and you know McGill, he's doing the best thing you can do to hold a runner, and that's just hold it. Hold it is for long periods of time. Good base stealers, they got to get that jump. They're waiting on the jump, but the longer you hold it, the more fidgety they get, and it shuts them down more or less.
Witt jumping around out there. Another foul ball.
And you know, for Garver, you know, he's made a lot of improvements in controlling in the running games throughout an organization best 48% of base stealers in 16 and 17. He's that's Bobby Wilson's in there. My bad. Bobby's got a nice arm. He's got a quick release.
Good recovery.
Thank you. Meantime, Whitley's getting a workout.
There he goes, and then he stopped. So he didn't like his jump. And he knows with Soler at the plate and all his power that if he's going to take off here with 2 outs, he better make it.
Yeah, so you know that puts a little pressure on him, and McGill's doing a good job. He's holding long periods of time, then he's speeding up again. He'll hold and then go home quickly. Throw over again.
Big hop for Adrianza, and it's on to the 14th inning. Royals 1, Twins 1. Barlow is back out. now there is more weather just to the west of Kauffman Stadium. A front that goes from Canada to Mexico. Well, maybe not that big.
Well,
from Sioux City all the way down to Tulsa. That's how big the front is. And it is, if you like to watch the weather radar, it's got a lot of yellows, oranges, and reds in this storm. Joel, your thoughts?
Well, the one indicator, as you always say, is the grounds crew behind the tarp. The second would be the photographers, the still photographers during the commercial break, frantically getting their rain gear out and covering up the expensive cameras. Apparently everyone down here expects rain except for John Sleezer, who just is gonna, he's ready to go.
Well, he's great. If there is an exciting play here or any major Kansas City professional sporting event, it's not did John Sleezer get it, it's what did John Sleezer get. He's had some just incredible action shots here at Kauffman Stadium, and some wonderful pictures of the Truman Sports Complex with rainbows and lightning. And 2 hops to Mike Moustakas, who throws out Bobby Wilson. That was his second at bat. Right now the rain that looks most threatening, there's a pretty large cell that appears to be headed north of Kauffman Stadium, but the grounds crew is not behind the tarp ready to go like that unless it's raining just west of here on I-70. So Joel said the first indicator is whether the tarp is covered. The next one is whether the grounds crew is behind the tarp, and now the next one we'll keep an eye on is the flags in right field.
okay.
Dozier deep left center field. John Jay's got it at the wall.
Whew, man. That's out in Minnesota, most likely. But hang with them. We're at the K. And Barlow on a roll. John Jay knew it all the way. Like how he uses 2 hands, make sure that ball is not going to pop out of there. Look at Dozier saying, I thought I got that. Not happy.
Rosario's taking all the way. So the flags, when Joel was talking, were blowing toward left field. Now they're starting to shift, and they are blowing straight in. And you can feel the temperature continuing to drop. And when those flags, now they're blowing straight in toward the field. When those flags, what time is it? 11:43. I do speak English fluently. Okay. When those flags start pointing toward the right field foul pole, get your hat on. That's deep to right center field. And Soler runs a mile to get it. And the wind shifted at the perfect time, blowing straight in from right field.
Wow. What a sprint. Scott Barlow, thank you.
10. We got a nice play from John Jay for the second out, and an even better play from Jorge Soler to end the 14th inning.
111 feet that sprint was. Nicely done. John Jay was playing a little bit over to the opposite field, and he picked him up. Soler did.
Now Dozier hits it very high near second base to Dozier. We've had some Escobars to Escobars. That's our first Dozier to Dozier. One down in the bottom of the 14th inning. And here comes Paul Molitor. So Matt McGill goes a season high 3 1/3 innings. Gordon's coming up. And it'll be lefty Taylor Rogers with 1 out and nobody on. Minute rain delay, and now the Royals and Twins have been going at it for over 4 hours. 1 out, bottom of the 14th. Taylor Rogers comes on to pitch to Alex Gordon.
Fastball 88 to 95. He's got a pretty good one. There's a breaker there. Couple speeds to his curve change.
Came on to face Mike Moustakas last night, and Moustakas lined out to left field. One ball, one strike. And a few balls hit in the last few innings that looked like they had a chance. And one of them was a fly ball to center field from Alex against Matt McGill in the 11th. And now that's hit well to left field, but Rosario is to the track. And a lot of outs on the warning track, including a ball just hit by Rosario, which ended the top of the 14th inning. Rogers is the 5th Minnesota pitcher. Ned Yost has used 6. And if we go to the 15th inning, he'll be running Scott Barlow back out there.
I'll tell you what, you got a chance to really make your manager love you in games like this. And for Barlow, being a young rookie, unproven, coming in, eating up all these innings here, the only thing's missing is a Royals win. That's what they need. They need to get a W here. That would really up Barlow's stock in his manager's eyes. Impressive work.
No swing. Brian Knight is the first base umpire. 2-1 on Escobar. 3-1. Butera is on deck. Barlow has sent down the last 10 Twins hitters. And he's pitched 4 scoreless innings. Escobar deep to left field, into the corner, game over. All those fly balls to the warning track. And of all people, it's Alcides Escobar with his 2nd home run of the season, and right before the rain falls, Alcides Escobar ends the game.
First walk-off of the year for the Royals and his first career walk-off homer. Congratulations, Esky. And that was a no-doubter. I mean to tell you.
Rosario started running in.
He did. That was not a wall scraper. Oh. Bottle it up, Esky. That's beautiful.
The rain before the rain.
Just talking about all Scott Barlow was missing was a W, and he's got it now.
Salvi's tired. It's been a long night. He has already given Esky and Barlow his splash. He wants to go to the clubhouse and get ready for tomorrow. So I guess we missed out on that one, Joel.
That's all right. Scott Barlow just got his first major league win, his first Salvi splash, and the man who helped make that happen and end the night before the rain comes, Alcides Escobar, 2nd homer of the year, first Royals walk-off. Tell me about that swing.
Wow. When I hit the ball, I know the ball is out. I'm looking for a good pitch, and 3-1, say, fastball coming in and swing hard, trying to catch one. And I hit the ball really good, and the ball is out.
You play every day. You're not known for home runs, but what does it feel like to hit a home run, a no-doubter, in the 14th inning?
Wow. When I hit the ball, man, I know the ball is way out. And that's my first World Cup, man. I'm so happy for that. And the most important thing, that win the game.
Last thing, and I'll let you go. How about the pitching performance of a rookie here, just called back up, Scott Barlow?
Great job, unbelievable, man. He's coming in 2-3 innings and doing good and win the game. Congratulations, man.
All right, Esky, we'll let you go in and get ready for tomorrow. Let's bring in tonight's winning pitcher, and it wasn't just 2 or 3 innings, it was 4 innings. Scott, you're used to starting, so at what point did it feel like you could just get into rhythm here and have a normal night?
Just kind of right away, just kind of throw as many strikes as I can, you know, get the guys back in the dugout as quickly as possible, and luckily it was decent.
That was more than decent. They say you'll never forget that first pitch, that first strikeout. You'll certainly never forget that first win. What was your emotion as Escobar hits the homer?
I mean, I was jumping up and down in there, raising my arms. That was awesome. I mean, that was really cool.
And how about just this experience for you? Because it wasn't the first time you had that chance to already be up and pitch. So did this feel more normal for you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the more opportunities you get, you know, just getting that experience, you know, you definitely feel more comfortable. So definitely that was, you know, probably the most comfortable I felt.
Figure you had a few more innings left?
Yeah, whatever the team needed.
There you go. Well, great job. Congratulations on your first win. Huge part of it tonight. Nice job.
Thank you.
There you go, Scott Barlow with the first big league win, the first Salvi splash, and as you guys can probably see, the field is already completely covered with the tarp. All that's left is the rain to come.
All right, Joel, run for cover. We'll look forward to Boulevard Royals Live. There it is, a 3-1 pitch to Alcides Escobar. In 14 innings, the Royals win it 2-1. We'll be right back.